Thank you. Am I going to hear my voice repeat? So, thank you very much and welcome to our 2025 first draft of our budget deliberation. I'd like to start by I don't think I need to repeat that. I already went on the wave. So again, welcome. If I can get all council staff, make sure your phones are on. To start by thanking first our finance department, Kim and staff, for putting this package together. I think that numbers, there's going to be good discussions to be had, but I think we have a good plan ahead of us to at least bring it up for discussion. So again, I appreciate all the work that came into putting this package together. Before start, is there any comments from other members of council?
I will, just because I'd rather put some things on the table up front so that we can kind of, as they come up, we can.
Oh,
the chair proceed.
Oh, so.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So with that said, before we move on, let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Be it resolved that this special meeting now open at 9:02 a.m. moved by Deputy Mayor Densham, second by Councillor McDonald.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda.
Be it resolved that the agenda be approved as presented, moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Deputy Mayor Densham.
Any questions in regard to the adoption? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion is carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, there is no delegation, so we are moving to receiving the draft budget package for 2025, Madam Clerk.
So it's just discussion. There's no resolution.
We don't need to move it or perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so before we do start, so I'll go over to Deputy Mayor Densham.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, I want to reiterate the mayor's message. Great job on the package. It's very easy to go through, very comprehensive. So thank you to Kim. Thank you to all the staff who have pulled all your numbers together. When I'm reflecting on it on an overall basis, I think back about 3 years ago when our ask to the general public was hovering around $3 million of tax dollars that we were asking from the average taxpayer, ourselves included. And over that, we started to realize some significant revenue income. So if you were to kind of say to yourself, when we were at $3 million asked to the average taxpayer, hey, guess what? I can give you about $1.3 million to pay into that. I could give you that for the coming years. You'd say, fantastic. We'd have lots of really good money coming in that would create two things. It would create opportunity for improvements in how we manage our budget, would allow us to do some catching up on reserves. It would allow us to invest in how we do business. But actually, that little wish has kind of come true. When we look at over the last 3 years of what we've seen in terms of revenue increase from GFL, it's gone up by about $1.3 million over 3 years. So my question is, how do we look at that money when it comes in? Some of it, we need to do some catch up. I don't think we've been putting enough money in our reserves over time. So I think we need to do some catch up. Some of it, I think we need to focus on improving our processes. And I think we're seeing some of that. We need to do some investment in becoming more progressive. Hiring a rec director, I think we've seen some really good stuff happening there. But $1.3 million is a lot of money. And so there's lots of things we can do. And one of the things that, again, I would like to see us continue to do is not only fortify those, but actually start to invest on being even a more progressive municipality. So I've always said, and for the last 4 years now, we've had the mandate from the public to develop our economic development strategy. And it's been stop and stall for various reasons. But we've really made no progress in that as far as I'm concerned. There's been no meaningful progress on that yet. And I'd like to kind of read from a list if I could. Some of the stuff that we would kind of hope to have seen over the last 4 years is, we've got potential for greenhouses. We've got potential to rent the Moose Creek offices, abattoir we've talked about, biodigestion in the area. We've talked about getting natural gas in. We've talked about agritourism. We've talked about CIP allotment and stronger partnership with at the county level. We've talked about community-focused job creation, improve public spaces. We've talked about improving our website, and we've talked about improving how we deliver customer experience, especially from an economic development perspective, and how we portray ourselves out to the community. We've talked about local business directory and bringing our businesses together and so that people can understand that. And we have a huge opportunity with $1.3 million of additional revenue coming in. And I think that's going to increase next year, if I'm not wrong. But what I see is we're making a few small incremental improvements, but not the lift that I'd hoped to have seen. So that's kind of where I'm going in with this is, yeah, we want to do a good, strong, balanced budget, but we've had $1.3 million of additional money coming into the public coffers, and we're still asking for a first round here. And I know we have to debate it, but we're talking about a 10% increase when we've already increased over the last 3 years by what, 40%? So the question really is, are we focusing our money in the right place? So those are kind of my opening remarks. We'll get more specific as we go, but that's my goal. Is I would like to see us grow and become far more progressive, and I think we have a huge opportunity with the money that we're receiving. That money is very time-based. At some point, it's going to stop. And so if we don't invest it now, we're going to have a big surprise when those monies stop. So that's kind of my going in. Like I say, I think we need to get a little bit more specific as we go in. But I just want to be sure that we are very, very wisely and progressively investing that money rather than just saying, hey, we've got some good money. It's almost like we won the lottery 3 years ago, and now we're still saying, oh, I need 10% more money from the public. And that's kind of what I want to say is, are we wisely investing that money? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's that alone could debate, and we could get right till noon and discussing on comments that were made. I think what we'll do is I'll let Kim just kind of establish what the process is going to be.
I have a just operational question.
Yes.
The budget, I understand the agenda for today and all the presentations. What is the approval schedule? Is it today? Is it next meeting? How is the, just so I understand what the end goal for today is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The end goal today is, this is wonderful, and it's going to be approved at the January 28th council meeting. If there needs to be a second meeting, we've tentatively booked the 16th of January. So I'll get council's comments today, whatever changes they want made. And if they're happy with the end result, then we can pass it in January 28th. If they're not happy and they want some more discussion, we can bring it back on the 16th for further discussion.
That's perfect. I just wanted to confirm because I wasn't 100% clear, but that's what we're thanks.
And if I can add to that, is there not an opportunity, or is that too tight for finance to have, because the second draft could come in on the 14th as our part of our council meeting? Could that be something to give you direction on the draft to tweak it for the 28th versus taking another day of staff and council on the 16th?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll do my best, but there's deadlines to meet for the agenda, so I have to follow those as well. So I don't know if it's too tight.
Understandable. Okay. So any comments or questions from that side? Seeing none. So maybe Kim, can you just lay out how you will be proceeding in the format for today's event?
Foremost, very important. The agenda for today is overview starting at 9. First of all, we're going to deal with capital.
with this opening remarks, overview, then we'll go into the departments. The reason we're starting the capital, it's a change from probably what you're used to, but it's a different capital budget because it's a 10-year overview. So then we'll take a small break in the morning, continue on with capital, then a break for lunch, and then review of operating this afternoon. And then wrap up the next steps. So basically, department directors will be talking about their sections of the budget. Council can review them line by line if they wish, but for time's sake, it's what I found better in the past is to go page by page. And if council wants to sever something to discuss, that's great. And then hopefully the questions are answered. The goal is to compile a list of additions, deletions, and adjustments. Then there's direction given to staff on any additional information they require. And like I said earlier, a tentative January 16th meeting if necessary, or the approval of the budget on the January 28th. The goal is the approval on the 28th. That way we can, allow people who have to put out tenders in that adequate time to do this.
The executive summary, an operating budget is a comprehensive list of planned revenues, of course, expended during the year, and estimated costs of day-to-day operations and used on an annual basis. Capital budget is a comprehensive list of planned expenditures to acquire, replace, or maintain assets with a life cycle of over 1 year. The proposed municipal tax rate increase for 2025, 9.12%. For a total municipal tax dollars of $4,706,000. County and education rates will be added to the municipal rate to produce the total tax rate. Have been approved at 4.89% increase, and the school rate remains 24. A 5.7 increase has been included for the water and wastewater rates based on EMA consultation aware of. Actual versus budgeted figures have included for 2023 and 2024 for comparative purposes. Key assumptions and rationale. The OMPF increased by $50,900. The OCIF, which is the Ontario Community Investment Fund, increased by $48,500. The increase in GFL funding will be estimated at $400,500 over the 2024 anticipated revenue stream. Increase in long-term debt charges for the new township office and potential snowplow purchase. Decrease in aggregate funding of $100,000. Increase in rental revenue due to the daycare shared space at the new township offices, which is being occupied this month. Costs of living increased at 2% on the CPI for 2025 for all salaries. Salary step increases and changing staff levels have impacted the budget in both salary and benefit amounts. Furthermore, 3 staff positions are now being funded for the full calendar year versus the 6 months from 2024 when they were introduced. Those being the recreation, the public works administrative assistant, and of course, the currently vacant EDO position. Benefit rates have increased by 19.8% in 2025, which is a significant increase. Insurance rates have also increased, and we have included 15% in the budget. Please note, there's been a recent cost that we've realized of $31,181. These savings are with a recent change with our insurance carrier that we're in the process of putting into place, which is a 0.86% tax savings. Capital items that were deferred or that were not completed were transferred to reserves at the last meeting of council in 2024 to be used in the future. Continued freeze in assessment values of property, except for growth, and a shift in the tax class has resulted in a gain of approximately 0.94% or $57,000. A 1% increase in the tax rate equals $36,142. Transfer from reserves of approximately $776,540 and $379,024 have been moved to reserves in order to keep the tax rate increase lower. First full year of boring for the Moose Creek Community and Chrysler Fire Halls are also being realized in 2025. An additional boring of $1.725 million for the new township office and snowplow in order to keep taxes lower. Continued challenges with the cost of goods, services, and fuel.
If I'm 9.4, that would be the increase of the 57,000. Isn't 0.94 literally
even 1%.
30,000?
Yeah, close to 30.
Well,
No,
you're at 57, wouldn't that be, that's closer to 2%. So I thought maybe it
That's
was
wrong.
one. It was 1.94 would maybe
yeah,
make
that's
more
right.
sense.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So carry on.
Under assessment and taxation, the township is a lower tier municipality with total tax rate made up of municipal education rates. Of the total tax rate, approximately 32% is municipal, 52% goes to the county, and 14% is education. What's proposed in this budget is a municipal tax rate increase of 9.12%, which would add $35 per 100,000 assessment to the residential rate. The full rate, including SDG and school boards, would increase the total rate to the residential taxpayer of 66. So that takes care of the education portion and also the county's portion. So taxes are calculated by multiplying the assessment value and the total tax rate per property class. And they do change. For example, everything is based on the residential rate, which is considered 100%. So let's say it's $100. Farm is at a different ratio at 0.25, so they're taxed 25. So it's based on property class. This is just to show council a change. Yeah, it's 1 point, that 0.94 is incorrect at the end. This is just to show the change in assessment values over time. What needs to be kind of viewed here is, yes, municipal governments tax on based on what they need, which I get. But with the 1%, and that is only showing growth, it's not showing any changes in assessment value to everybody else's property as phased in CVAs, change in value. So that has impacted many municipalities in being able to put extra monies to reserves from these amounts. The current tax levy is right here. There's the 4,706,000 and shows the $35 change per residential household. This is a view, just a snapshot of 5-year historical capital spending. You can see 2025 is up to 6.8 million. The reason for the jump is basically we have the municipal building, we have snowplow on there, and there's 2 items. There's a $200,000 Trillium fund for recreation, and there's 500,000 that we put together for the arena. So that's what's reflective in that increased spending. Here's the historical debt levels. Again, you'll see 2025 is a jump. And as brought forward by the CAO, you have Moose Creek full year, Chrysler, and then the school and the snowplow hitting that. Just so council is aware, our annual debt repayment limit is basically almost 2 million. It's 1.998. And right now we're sitting at about 619 annually. So we are at 31% of our limit for annual debt repayment. Here's our 5-year historical reserve levels. You can see the 2022 jump. That has to do with GFL and also the EDP user agreement funds. Right now we're sitting pretty good at 6.494. Of that 6.494, roughly 2.3 million is our working reserve. So that's our if we have a surplus or deficit, it goes to that account. So if we have a deficit, we draw from it. If we have a surplus at the year end, it goes to it. But only 1.2 million is allocated to capital. So here's the proposed budget summary. It's just a snapshot to show you the expenditures and revenues by the various departments. And what we're looking for is a change of $329,495 to the current tax levy. Again, a snapshot of total expenses by area, just to give council and the public an idea of what we spend the majority of our money on. Public Works takes a fair chunk, and same with general government. But you have the majority of general government is salaries and also we have some major capital in there, right, with the building. So on your desk, you have the proposed, you have this summary I gave you because I can't go from, sorry.
So just for the record, so council, if there's any questions, put up your hand, we can always interfere. And same goes with if there's something to add and one member of our staff would like to maybe just put up your hand and then we'll go from there. Okay, I believe you're after the break. So if you need to, yeah, we will see you. Just make sure to be here. Roughly what time is break at?
10, we would
10:30?
anticipate 10:30.
So an hour.
Yeah, another way, right, stay there. So.
I will deal, yeah, the cold is not helping. So we'll hopefully see you when you get back. Thank you. So go ahead, Councilor McDonald.
Okay, so I just wanted to wait till you had finished the first sort of portion there on the general comments, because I had a couple of questions. The 2% COLA, I just thought it was going to be closer to 2.5. Do you have any concerns that it might be a little higher? Or are you pretty confident with?
No, I'm very sorry through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very confident with it. And I actually went through Stats Canada and various websites to have their predictions for 2025. All of them are saying 2.
Okay, that's good. I was wondering the benefit increase, is there additional benefits that staff will get as a result of this? Or is this just an adjustment and it's on a status quo what's being provided?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's basically what is currently being provided, but it also is also based on claims history.
Okay, so it's kind of unfortunate. It's not like people are getting a better package or there's more benefits to staff. It's just going to cost more for the same. But obviously is what it is.
Through drug benefits, there's, things like that, and it's based on claims history, so.
They are getting it, it's just happening fast.
You're saying our team is falling apart? Is that what you're telling me? No, I'm just kidding.
We can say it, please, gone.
No, and things like that are really important to staff. So I just wanted to see if maybe we were increasing what we were offering. But the other thing was, you look at the reserves at 6 million and it seems really good. And then you realize, yeah, like 700,000 is sort of that deferred, more like a deferred revenue or deferred funds. And then you kind of, the way you've broken it down, again, super helpful this year to be able to understand things. But the 1.2 million for capital, I know there's 1.7 in the water, but for the 1.2, does that seem low? And is that sort of like, I think last year we discussed not having reserve for, I think it was fleet or something.
I was looking at some different things. So operating reserves, they're used to manage cash flow, cover unexpected deficits, and stabilize the budget. Guidelines typically indicate 5 to 15%. For our working reserves, we're at 16. We're healthy there. The problem with our capital reserves being so low is I don't have money to spend on major capital. So I have, the only alternative is to borrow. So I can't take, like for the snowplow, I can't take $375,000 as a hit. But if I borrow, I can probably take the $80,000 as a hit and still get the same sort of result, but we're locked into it for a long period of time. So capital is a concern, and there was never a fleet reserve before. We attempted last year to put some money towards it, pension, and even our aging infrastructure, our buildings, things like that. we're not alone. We're in the same boat as a lot of municipalities. It's just, we need some funding to come through to assist us.
Okay, now that's fair. I guess it kind of stuck out to me, but it's kind of like it is what it is, and hopefully we can find a way to size through other funding sources, but it is of a concern, I would say.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question on the information that you provided. Are the 2024 actuals all in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, they're not.
So I'm better to look at the 2024 budget, or because it's.
Well, it's what I have as projected end balance as of this point in time, but I have to make sure that, for example, if Public Works has 200,000 left over on a capital job that they're not going to expend, I put it back to reserves, but I don't know those numbers yet. Because we keep open accounts payable till the end of January. So bills that affect December 31st, up to December 31st, 2024, we sometimes don't get till the end of the month. So we're closing accounts payable the end of January. So it will go to council to fix these reserve amounts if we need to actuals. But right now, I don't have that privilege. And then with water and wastewater, that is done by the auditor because there's adjustments made and they will put the monies to or from reserves accordingly. So
Sorry, these are actuals up to the date that they're available.
these are projected.
But they're projected. Okay, that's what I was.
They're projected. They're not actuals.
Okay, so then I can still look at these as if they're real.
Yeah. Yeah. You just hope it's better.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
I always fall back to, because that's how I compare, but where I'm employed, we had Great West, and I think it went to Canada Life or something. And now we switched over, and it was basically close to a 50% drop in our premiums. Did we ever consider, have we ever looked, or when was the last time that we've interject and had a look at other possibilities that possibly would, because I mean, we have the same exact, nothing's changed, and it basically dropped by a substantial amount. So,
And through the chair, we are, I think we'll be going out to tender this calendar year or next calendar year. Mosey and Mosey typically puts out the scan. We're incorporated within SDG, and we will be exploring that, but this year we have not. For 2025, no, but I believe it's 2026, but I will have to check on that.
so I was waiting before to get to where we start for capital, but before I get there, on the same note as Deputy Mayor Densham, when he was talking about, it's tough to go back 3 years and say 1.3 because it was yearly increments. So 1.3 sounds really good, but every year it's a smaller amount. So I understand that. But with regards to this budget that we are looking at, there is, and I mean, council as well as staff, everybody has to understand who we are. So as a small municipality, and understanding when you're saying about rebuilding our capital reserves is where I see, like, right now, just off the top of my head, I have where the ONPF has increased, the OSIF, where this is newfound money. The 400 from GFL is newfound money that basically is more than what we had to operate last year. I'm looking at Kim and she looks like she's frowning, but we also have the recycling that is now being transferred. So with that added up, which is 4 basic increase, and I know there's decreases as well, but we also are looking at a 320, roughly 325 is what a 9% increase in our tax levy would be. That's shy of 1 million. In that million, we have to start understanding that building our capital reserves versus we are having fleet analysis that are over the period of time. That's where we have to, and if you don't look at it that way and perceive that, hey, we got $1 million extra, and now let's do more roads. I understand we have to maintain, but that's where I think we all have to be aware of, as well as staff, when we're preparing this, to say, okay, where can we? It's a fact that the money's in the wallet, but we need to kind of, so everybody to be cognizant of how we're gonna fare out today and move forward. So that's basically just a comment on brief and maybe Kim will, you know, add to or change my mind on things, but I'll let you speak.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you take a look at 3 positions that are fully funded and salary and benefit increases, that equates to 300,000. If you take a look at the increased debt, that equals almost 400,000. So whatever we're gaining on the OMPF and things like that, it's basically
But the
supporting those.
increased debt towards, in regards to, are you talking about the admin building?
the admin building, a snowplow, Moose Creek, and a fire hall.
But when you say 400, are you talking, that's just the yearly debenture that we're gonna be adding on to every year of?
Through you,
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, the Moose Creek one was approved by council, I think, in the fall, and same with Avonmore, that's been, but the full funding comes in 2025. And then 2025, the school and the plow are being added. So those are new. They're having a full year effect this year. So what we seem to gain, we seem to lose.
Yeah, well, but stuff has fallen off as well. I think we timed Moose Creek such that we were dropping off some of the things there. And again, I actually don't think it going back and forth on the nickels and dimes. But, and that's kind of was my message too. There's a lot of revenue coming in and we need to wisely invest it. So I guess I'm agreeing with you. And I would love to, one thing I didn't state in my opening remark, and but I find is helpful or I think would be helpful. I would love to see us come in at 5% increase instead of 9. So that's kind of where
And-
my head is at.
And at the same time, with that said, so a 1 million, you're roughly looking at, 27, 28% on our tax levy. What I'm getting at is we need to be aware of these dollars has to, so if for some reason, if GFL's funding of 400 did not come in, where would we be? So we have to realize that we would have to be sitting here and doing the same budget, trying to do everything that we're doing with basically not, never mind the 600,000, never mind the tax increase. Well, we have 600,000. If that did not come in, if OSIF, OMPF and GFL did not, we would have $500,000 or more that's not there. And we would be doing the exact same thing that we're going to do past our budget. So anyway, that's just to be aware. So that's, there's no need to, everybody I think is in the same understanding of where we stand. And we'll just.
And I'll just elaborate a little bit on the benefits. I don't have all of the information in front of me, but I can provide some guidance. When we transitioned in 2020, I think it was 2020, the spring of 2020, we actually realized a savings of $25,000 annually that we had traditionally not been saving. And over the course of 2021 and 2022, in some cases, we actually had a minus in our benefits payments. There was, I think it's a unique and singular anomaly for last year. We had a high rate of draw off of our benefits. So I don't know if this 19.8% increase is something we'll realize year after year, because we've had very good service with Mosey and Mosey. But again, it was just a very unique year where we had a high draw from our benefits. So I just wanted to make that clear.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, also, that is their projection at this point in time. The renewal isn't until March, and usually they give us the worst case scenario and then they give us the good news. So I have to put in the budget what we're told.
Okay, any further questions? We'll be, say, like I said, put your hand up when, as we go along. So let's carry on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is just the proposed capital budget summary by department. It's just to give you an indication of how much each different department is requesting and where they were in 2024 compared to 2025. Total 2024 was basically 4.9 million and 2025 ask is 6.8. A lot, there's, as noted in the previous discussion, there was the plow, there's the municipal building. So there's some anomalies that aren't going to happen year by year. The 2026 is a best projection at this point in time. And then 27 on basically are place markers for things that they, the department heads think may occur, but it's off in the distance at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Dencham.
It's just because I'm on the rec committee, and I see there's certain monies for each of the rec. And I know what the agreement is between the recs. So my first question is, where is that money coming from? Because I know some is coming from grants and some is coming from internal or maybe coming from it. And what is it being spent on? So the agreement is that the municipality will look after the buildings and look after utilities. And so I guess capital would be just buildings and stuff. But when it comes to additional purchases of capital, depending on what they are and how much they are, that's up to the rec groups to look after. So are any of these being funded through taxation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you mind if we hold that off until
Sure.
the rec director gives his presentation? He might be able to give you more details than I can possibly. Is that okay? Okay. So this is just the proposed capital budget to show you where your money is being spent. And please note the water and wastewater at 23.53 is not a tax supported entity. It's user fee based, but it just gives council and the public an idea of where capital dollars are being spent.
Again, Kim, if I
Sorry.
just may add, so when you look at our admin and the fact that we're dealing with the school, we are now at a very high percentage of where it occupies our, but understanding that that will be a long-term debt. We're also getting a tune of $40,000 a year in revenue from a
Correct.
leased agreement with the, so that all balances out to kind of,
It helps out.
it helps out, but it kind of offsets where we are not, I keep saying with the big picture, I still will validate purchasing the school and moving our admin there is the best thing we could have done. And I think with all the, but it just right now, when you perceive that we're putting in 1.7 million, it appears that our budget is very, but it's not going to be the case. Am I correct in understanding that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's basically showing you the purchases that are occurring in 2025. In 2026, your capital budget might be, 4 million or whatever. But for this year, those are the purchases.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you can please take a look at the next sheet called General Government. It looks like this one here. It shows the details, and then the CAO will talk on it, but you can't have two screens because the fire chief doesn't want it.
Thank you, Kim. So the new township office will be completed in early 2025, as staff and council are aware. The cost of the renovations of the building being funded this year will be as part of our long-term debt. Selling the current township property and land should offset some of these costs, and we do have estimates on the value for both this property and the adjacent vacant lot next to the offices. New computer replacement schedule is included and a pooled asset and a central registry for updates. Asset management plan needs to be revised to include the levels of service under Ontario Regulation 588-17. The StoneShare computer file retention software implementation does need to be expanded to include recreation and planning, which hadn't been anticipated previously, which is going to be an added cost of approximately $15,000. And emergency operations center generator is needed for the new township office, hopefully funded by partial grants, but it will act as our EOC, our emergency operations center. So we will need to have backup power for that location should we have an emergency or an extreme weather event.
So, we're saying that, cost of renovating the building is X. But we expect to recoup some of that by selling this building. And I was looking back at the capital salary here, and you've got a line item that says sale of assets. And I was wondering whether or not, is that the municipal building or not included in there? And second of all, it seems to be a plus 500 instead of like negative $500,000. Am I misunderstanding how that should be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what page are you looking at? I'm sorry.
Back in the capital summary,
Okay, sorry.
fourth one bottom item, the sale of assets.
That is the sale of the township office and the adjoining land. Because the
What is
total
it?
cost,
So
so,
it says plus 500,000.
no, it's a funding source.
Oh, these are all. Okay.
They're all funding sources at the bottom. That's okay.
This is this is how they're trying to fund it.
And through the chair, that $500,000 does mirror the professional evaluation that we did receive.
Can I say one thing? It's actually not recreation and planning, it's recreation and economic development.
My
Planning,
apologies.
yeah, planning's already done. Yeah, no, planning is currently already on the system now, so it's the recreation and economic development. And they have given us a cheaper rate because we can do the two of them, because they don't have as many records. A cheaper rate to do the both of them together within a couple of weeks.
Go ahead, or Councillor.
I just noted on the same sheet that Steve was on under the revenues, like the user fees for general government were $1 million in 2024 and then 2 million in 2025.
Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
That's right. So on the same sheet that Steve was just on, the general government capital, the user fees at the bottom at $1 million in 2024 and then basically like doubled in 2025. I'm just wondering what's going into user fees as a revenue. Or no, oh, I'm sorry, Kim, I'm wrong. I'm looking at total before inflation. I need one the size of Frank's next time, please. That, I'm so sorry, that's my bad. So there's no user fees. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Red, there's no user fees to offset the capital.
For cap. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so up in, for general government, up in the revenue section, there's revenue other Ontario grant of $50,000. Is that targeted to a specific project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's for the offset the cost of the generator.
The generator for this building, for the school?
Yep.
Because there's also a generator that was being proposed for Moose Creek as
Yeah,
well.
no, this is
Okay.
for the school.
Okay, farther down, about 3/4 of the way down. The revenue penalties and interest, I think you made a comment on that in your kind of your introduction. It's 110,000 is what you're projecting, even though in the past it was like 141,000. Is that penalties and interest on what?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know where you're looking.
He's in operation now, I believe.
Oh, yes, okay. Are we not going there?
No.
Oh,
Afternoon.
wait. Oh, wait.
So before we move on, any further questions in regard to government? So is the 50,000 confirmed for the generator?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not at this point in time.
So right now, do we have the full amount in this budget?
We have 96,000 in the budget for the generator with 50,000 coming from grants. That's what's in the budget right now.
And is there a note to that if the budget or the grant does not come to fruition? Do we, that's for us to discuss. Okay. Moving on to fire.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the capital budget that you'll be looking at, and then the fire chief will comment.
And if I'm looking at the screen, so Councillor Bajelli and Councillor Shane, if you do just speak up, because last time I'm looking this way, I never see you guys, or I don't look at you guys, so carry on. Fire chief, go chief.
Good morning, I should say. So just to give you a summary of the fire services in North Stormont. The budget basically outlines the funding requirements for the 4 stations across North Stormont. The funding necessary is to maintain, improve, and expand the services provided to the 8,000 residents and to protect an estimated 1.5 billion worth of asset building value in the community. This ensures the safety and security of the community, support emergency response, and enhances our fire prevention programs. We currently are very blessed to have 80 active members in our services. We're looking at, again, bunker gear to be replaced. And this has been a reoccurring capital over the years. We've been going over and doing this yearly. Helmet replacement, and we'll discuss that. I know there was options of bringing into the operation budget and versus the capital, and I'll let the treasurer explain the differences at why we left it in capital. The generator required for Avonmore Station. Again, we want to, and we've had a lot of power outages in the Avonmore area, in North Stormont, but more so in Avonmore. And I'm sure some of you living in the area can attest to it. And we need to maintain, it's not for the doors, let's be clear, it's for my communication in my trucks. I want them to start, I want them to go. And my communication needs to be charged. There's a lot of equipment being charged on these trucks during these. So there's nothing currently. So we'd like to go from there. The extractor equipment applied for, which will be offsetted by the fire marshal. I'm pleased to say that we were approved for the grant. I received notice earlier. So we received a little over 32,000. So I'm very happy. So we'll be able to get some equipment that's going to be helping us save money in the long run. We may not see the savings this year, but we will be seeing it in the long run. Wildland personnel equipment, we've reduced it to reflect what we feel will be needed. And we did include 100,000 to reserves for the future vehicles and fleet assessment that we provided to fire committee. And that's my my presentation to council.
Any questions? I have one that I can add. So in regards to Kim's showing where 10-year stand.
Yes,
So I understand. So we're putting 100, we're aware that we need a pumper in Finch.
correct.
I've seen a fleet assessment that you prepared for
Correct.
your vehicles but then I see where we're going in 2026, 7, 8, 9, 10, right up to 20, we're putting 50,000. That will give us in 10 years, roughly $400,000 in our, I think that falls short by many millions,
Mhm.
never mind. So what's the thought of only putting 50 or seeing that we would put 50 aside, which I feel is a false.
A false 10-year. We are working on the program. We put in numbers to be able to transfer to reserves. The intent was not to misrepresent the numbers. The intent was just to put a number and have a 10-year plan. We do not have an accurate fleet assessment at this time. We are reviewing, we are working with different departments as well because they're reviewing their fleet. So we're trying to see if we can group together and try to, fix it. We're trying to have outside the box options so that we're not buying big trucks that we may or may not require for some of the calls. We're looking at the increase in homes. So we did a 10-year plan of I'm not ready for this plan. So we put a number in, but hopefully by February, we'll have a better view and be able to present a better perspective in the next budget.
So again, and I mentioned it through to Kim, by seeing this, it just kind of plays where this year we're saying, oh, we're good, where we're not good.
No.
So this is where these numbers in the next 10 years, we will not only be buying Finch, but we'll probably be looking at just another pumper, one of the other or very close to it. So I don't know which ones, if it's Avonmore or Chrysler's, but seeing that when you're buying a pumper, they're escalating in price. And like I said, the 400, never mind tankers, never mind rescues.
Correct.
Is kind of throwing us off.
Exactly.
So Councilor McDonald.
Do you wonder, I guess that brings up the thought about development charges, and I know that's coming up in the budget, but that might be good for us to keep in mind when we consider development charges, because that might, I understand if you have increased service levels or things for residents, you might be able to use development charges. Just came to mind.
And fire trucks are part of that through the mayor.
Yeah, and I think going forward, in my opinion, if it's not too much of a leap of faith, Prince would have been for you to, rather than just kind of putting placeholder numbers, 50,000, you kind of think ahead and say, well, I'm going to expect, let's put it at this. And you're probably going to be wrong, right? And that's why you need to do a full analysis. But I would almost rather you sort of think, because then it shows that, when it comes to us doing the analysis, you've already prepared all the inputs in terms of saying, you know what, I know this truck was bought on such and such a date. I know it's getting this old. I think it's going to last this long. And then when it comes to analyzing the analysis, you're not just focusing that on fire. I think we can say that on every capital projection. I know it's a bit of a leap of faith, but to me, and again, this is the type of stuff I used to do as a career. That's what kind of I would do is if I didn't have the numbers, but an educated guess. Because then it means that my mind is thinking about what I will expect to see when it comes, and then I'm more equipped. So just general.
No, agreed, to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that. We did have a fleet assessment, and the reception of my assessment at the time was shocking, to say the least, to the members. We were in the millions and millions of dollars, and we put in the numbers that we were hoping to transfer to reserves and plan accordingly. Oh, just click on your, yeah, just click on, sorry. I'm double dutying and then we lost, it goes to sleep, so I'll fix it after. Just press on the red thing, the brown thing. Excuse me, I'll go set it up, sorry. Yeah, I'll fix it after.
For you, Mr. Mayor, want to note that staff was kind of put a gun, and that's my fault because they're not used to doing a 10-year plan. So this is the first kick of the cat as such. So the more information and more we get, or this will be more accurate for council in the future.
Thank you. Going on to building department, Andre. If you're more comfortable, you can stay at your desk.
So. And I have to present.
Through the chair.
So I think we're just putting money aside there yearly for just a future pickup truck. So from capital.
And on the note of the development charges, so the study is included in Andre's at the 35,000. That will be the review for us to.
Is it my department or planning?
Well, the development charges study is under the building department here. Oh, I'm sorry. That's go ahead.
So we have like two major projects or two projects for 2025, and actually one of them is 2026. So zoning bylaw reviews are required to update and consolidate the current bylaw within 3 years of having a new official plan. The municipalities are required to update their zoning bylaw. We spread this amount over 2025 and 2026. So you'll see that in the capital. We'll just do maybe a minor update this year and then kind of finish off a larger one in 2026. So that capital planning is the development charges study. So if council would like to have a development charges bylaw, I did a presentation at one of the committee of holes earlier 2024. Study is required to be conducted. I think we base this amount on South Dundas is in the middle of, or just wrapping up actually, their development charges. And I know all our neighbors to the north, North Dundas, South Stormont, South Dundas soon all have development charges. And I think what we'd see is, you know, not something like City of Ottawa, but a reasonable amount that would be in line with our neighbors. So when you do these types of studies, the consultants will show you where you kind of line up with, you know, Castleman or municipality on a informed decision on what the charge would be. This is just to do the study that's required in order to have that type of charge. And again, we're getting a lot of new housing units, and you know, there's going to be growth related costs, recreation, fire, roads. So this would help to recoup those costs versus straight on the property taxes.
So on this, Peter, are we, as council, are we gonna do the study and then you're gonna present to us, or is it something you're gonna present us before we approve the study to be, so what's the next step?
So the next step would be to do an RFP or at least get quotes for, there's only really 2 or 3 companies that do these studies. Hempson and Watson are kind of the major ones. Then they'll kind of meet with staff and go through all the departments, what your capital needs are for the next 10 years, have a giant spreadsheet, a giant chart, probably a lot of the information that Kim's talking about as well. And then they have to figure out how many of those costs are growth related. So what's the regular existing taxpayers, what are the additional needs we need because of growth? Then, once they do that, they come up with what the charge could be. They compare nearby municipalities, and then they'll go to council with a presentation to say, okay, what are you comfortable with, council? And how much revenue could this bring in based on the growth that's projected? So it's about, what did I say, maybe 4 months or something like that to do the study. I think we started in South Dundas in December, and now they're kind of February, March, kind of going towards having the bylaw. So maybe by July or by the summer, council can also phase them in, or say we don't want them until 2026. Let's let all the existing permits still have no charges, and then 2026 will charge it. So that's another decision up to council when and how you want to phase those in.
And when it's implemented, does it basically start with not the permits that are in, but the next permit that comes in would then qualify for?
Correct, yeah, at the building permit stage, then it's just like your water sewer charge, you have another line for development charges. And then it goes to a special account that can only be used for those projects.
And just one more question, in regards to the zoning bylaw review, we're doing it over 2 years. Are we gonna bring those implementation only in 2026, or could there be some done? It's just, I find Anmol's been doing minor variance processes where some of them are granted, but other ones are the typical 1.25 for semi-detached, which are kind of, is it something that we're only gonna bring in 2026 when it's all done? Or is that something that we partially do as part in one?
Part in 2025, part in 2026. I think, as you alluded to, we'll look at if we had a variance, the committee's approved 10 of these, maybe we can just update the bylaw to meet that setback rather than every single person getting a variance, getting approved every time. So first part will just be a housekeeping. Okay, what are some easy changes to make development easier for people? Eventually we'll have to do the full update to say, all the mapping changes and maybe some kind of more comprehensive look at all the existing exceptions, but we'll probably do an easier one, just a quick wins for this year.
Deputy Manager.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a tax supported activity, which I'm fine with. I think they're all good initiatives, although I'd be happier if, given the fact that this all has to do with housing, there's a housing crisis, there's potentially money out there. Have we checked to see whether or not there are any potential grants that this either directly or indirectly affects our ability to deliver houses? Are there any grants we could tap into for this?
Yeah, so for the zoning bylaw update, we kind of did a preliminary phase through SDNG. We did there was one of those, the housing grants, we got 65% grant funded towards doing a full review of the update. So we're going to use that support to help us update. So that's why usually if you're doing a zoning bylaw update, it might be, 50,000 plus, but we've already kind of through a partnership with the townships. Yeah, we've kind of worked to do that. For development charges, there wouldn't be, you kind of recover the cost. If you have the study, then you can recover your future costs next time you have to update the study. But I don't think there's any grant specifically for that. Some of the way things are going, they're looking to reduce development charges versus increase. I think that's probably more aimed at GTA where they're, 200 grand for a development charge. I don't think that would be what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So as far as sole sourcing, do we have, I guess this is a great opportunity, but is this through Mr. Hicks? I know he was the one I think retained to do the counties. Is that number dealing with what the counties and we just fall in?
So the one for the zoning bylaw update, it's between myself, Megan, and Anmol doing it. If we did private consultant, I did get those figures and it's a lot more. So but for the in-house, but for the development charges, it would be private consultant that specializes in that, and that's what North or South Dundas paid recently, and hopefully it's their 2025 rates are similar.
Councillor McDonald.
Am I reading it correctly that this might be a Kim question? In like 2031, we are planning or thinking about using our parkland reserve to buy a pickup truck for the building department? That's 60 and 60 like matching up? So the transfer from reserves to parkland of 60 and then the pickup truck purchase? Because I would love to buy some beautiful waterfront land in Chrysler for a park rather than buy a pickup truck.
No, the pickup truck is under the line item of building. It's not planning, it's under building department. It's just a total of the building department 60.
Yeah.
the total of, I guess you're just, Kim, are you just moving on,
She's got a.
pushing this 60 down the line? I'm
You know, through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding source for that truck is incorrect. That should
Okay,
be,
good.
that should be tax supported in the future. It's not Parkland.
I'm trying to protect our tiny
Sorry
little
about
parkland
that.
reserve because I really do think we need to buy some nice green space for our villages, so.
No, that's incorrect.
Glad to
Sorry.
hear that's a mistake. And then I just a quick comment on the DC stuff, like, I know it is sort of unpopular right now, the idea of development charges, because housing affordability is so important. But I think GTA is giving a bad rap, like, I don't know how much they've got in their reserves from all that stuff, I'm not savvy on that, but I really think what we're gonna consider in 2025 is a very reasonable charge that will help support the delivery of appropriate services. And I do think, just like our mayor and deputy mayor have raised how money comes in and money seems to go out so fast, we have to consider these types of funding sources, or we won't be able to provide, you know, the things our rec director and whatnot want to do. So I feel like it may be unpopular on its face to add more charges and costs to housing. I think we just do need to keep in mind we'll be reasonable, I hope, with that.
Thank you. Moving on, thank you, Peter. Moving on to where we maybe skip.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, break time. We'll try to make it 10 minutes, maybe 15, and have a coffee and be back.
And maybe
Say
we can
quarter
see
after.
about reaching out Blake, just see where he's at. And potentially we can maybe move it after the others. Yes, please. Thank you very much and welcome back to our second part of our morning working on capital. So we will move on to Mr. Henderson, if you can come up for Public Works. You can do it if it's easier from your chair or from the front. Okay. But they're thermostat for this.
It's on the other side, so it's it's
Well,
maybe just about getting answered. And I gotta.
I-
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, you can't do everything.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to talk first about this. There's 3 pages. There's a new schedule on this one called Fleet. It should be your first Public Works one. This is a schedule that basically shows fleet and fleet replacement. This is new. It's a new addition to the budget for this year. We're trying to get a comprehensive schedule of when items need to be replaced based on their life cycle. I think this is a pretty good start. Equipment and fleet is aging and overdue for replacement. The new fleet reserve was added in 2024, but there's not enough funds to replace any major equipment. A new plow was did for 2025 at a conservative cost of $375. This is identified as funded by long-term debt because we don't have reserves to pay for it in full.
Yeah, see. If you want to ask a question while we wait, go ahead.
Okay, so I see, hopefully my ruler's helping me here, a recycling truck purchase. And we're not doing recycling anymore.
What page is that?
It's on the capital expenditures, fleet and equipment. The recycled truck, and then under 2029, 365,000. And I know that's a future one and not for 2025, 5. But I assume that we're not buying that.
No.
Maybe it's a garbage truck, but I don't know.
What? $2029.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
we
yeah.
can.
We ready?
Yeah.
No, this system was set up before. Basically, it's called recycling. If we do the garbage, it's basically the same truck. Like it's instead of an oversight by me to not say it should be garbage, but it's a recycling truck, garbage truck is all the same. We got a 2022 is our newest vehicle that we we collect the garbage with now, and that would be 7 years.
And were we discussing garbage today or in a future meeting? Oh,
Through the chair, yes, we will be discussing our potential option for the outsourcing of garbage, but it would be a preliminary conversation at the council table today with no council commitment, just to provide staff with the opportunity to move forward to obtain quotations and of course come forward with a public report on tender submissions and what the cost differentials are and what the best approach would be for the townships. Yes.
The deputy mayor did point out that a garbage truck is also included under waste management and recycling. So you might have a double on there, unless you were getting two trucks, but just to note for your updates, but I think the discussion of the future of that program is wise, and I think I assume maybe doing these 10-year plans helped us think about those things, so I think that's really great. Thanks.
I believe the 2020 or the waste vehicle, the garbage truck is listed for under 2025 or 2027. So do we run on a 5-year cycle for our garbage trucks, Blake?
Basically with the program that contractors use, basically is a 5-year cycle for bidding. It varies from how much is being used and basically like a good example would be 2022 has 6,800 hours on the engine. It has 100 and don't quote me on, I can't remember that, 170 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers on the truck, but it's a high usage truck, stop, go. It's not like a highway transport.
And on the subject of the vehicle, what are we doing? So right now we have two basically identical vehicles. I'm not sure what one's a 2022. I'm not sure what our recycle truck is, but what is our intention with the recycle truck that we had previously?
Basically what we do, since working with garbage, we have to have a backup truck. If something goes down, I believe council knows that they have to have the garbage picked up. So basically we have a backup truck right now, what we have, and we had 3 trucks. I didn't license insured the second truck, or the third truck, sorry. It's a 2012. Our backup truck is a 2016. And our newest truck is a 2022. So if something breaks down, we have to continue on to collect garbage next day or the same day to carry on to provide the service.
That's good. And there'll be discussions further with regards to.
Right, and through the chair, should council endorse this potential outsourcing or at least exploring it, there is an opportunity that we could sell one of the vehicles to offset the costs.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just a general question. So the EDP end road user agreement and community fund, because this services or these assets service some of those roads, can we draw from that in order to help support some of the capital needs? Or maybe, I don't know if it's a lot somewhere else already, but.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I've been using the EDP for specific road work. Because that's where we seem to need funding. I haven't looked to see if vehicles are included in that agreement, but I know specifically there's specific roads only.
And from that perspective, I don't want to sidetrack us, so feel free to say we can talk about it later. How much longer is that money likely to last? How much do we have and how much longer do you expect it to last? Like it's helping us one way or the other, right? But it's just needs to be focused on
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on what we're transferring from it in 2025, because it's road specific, we can't use it on everything. The projected year-end balance for 2025 is 685,000,
So, and we're using how much this year?
327.
So that means 2 or 3 more years and it'll be gone, basically, okay.
Just see the note about into reserves for equipment at the bottom of fleet equipment expenses. And it says reality for replacement of simply snow plows. So we're budgeting a reserve transfer to cover snowplow replacement, but not necessarily any other equipment.
That's my understanding at this point.
So again, maybe another one of those projections that's not really accurate, and maybe something that we would like to see some different numbers, because I think I do agree with Deputy Mayor Densham that it might be better to know than not know. Okay.
Through
thanks.
you, Mr. Mayor, actually, the 2 reserves is noted just to simply help offset the costs. But most of these, if you look at the funding sources, most of these are basically long-term debt funded to purchase.
I guess it's up to you and the staff to figure out the sweet spot of how much to put in the reserves and how much to borrow and where those hits fall. So I'm certainly not qualified to make that assessment, but we do rely on you to give us as best of a picture as you can. And I appreciate it's the first year, so. Yeah.
Good. Where are we? Okay, so did Blake want, or do we go over these notes?
Starting off is the this whole request to provide a safe walkway to the north of Chrysler. Oh! To start off, the sidewalk is basically going north of County Road 13. That's Charles Street, just on the north side of the bridge. Council discussed about making a safe walkway for the new subdivision, existing subdivisions. Asphalt overlay is basically what we use that. Most of our asphalt is basically in the villages to maintain the infrastructure. Most of the say Moose Creek, Chrysler, and with the water and sewer system that were in 95, most of the roads are single asphalt layers that we have to give more support to, same as any other village in the villages. Basically, we have to look at what we can do as a final asphalt on top, that we don't have to come down the road and look at water and sewer systems or stormwater systems that have to be replaced. So we kind of like a pick and choose where we can actually do it, where we know we don't have to dig it up in 10 years' time. So
I'll interject. So in regards to the 150, I think we had that same amount or close to last budget. It's just that it was deemed in my head that we were talking about villages and to replenish, because there is some mostly back street, because the main drags are all county roads. So our back streets which need attending, but last year I believe there was discussions on 10 or 11, 12. So it was kind of deferred to somewhere else. And I'd like to, when we say asphalt overlay plan across the township, I'd like to maybe put something that we are looking at our villages and not taking it and putting it elsewhere. Maybe the rest of council can.
Yeah. I agree. I think part of it, if I remember correctly, went to paving the Avamore Fire Halls. Was that the asphalt overlay where we drew that from? Yeah, and again, if this is work that needs to get done, then we put it in the budget. If it can be put off for a year, let's put it next year's Especially, and I do realize, just to be fair, I do realize that a budget's a budget, and there's always gonna be a little bit of give and take here and there, but if we're consistently doing that, that's where I feel like we need to.
To the mayor, I agree. Basically, we have to sit down with planning and like the whole, senior staff to find out what could be happening in the future so that we don't have something come up that's going to cause, us to invest in the wrong road at the wrong time. Example would be the future on Station Street should be done now that the subdivision to the west is done. But there's a possibility that infrastructure could come in on the south side of Station Street where they'd be cutting every connection up for new houses. Things like that, we have to maybe get more involved in to make sure that nothing is going to happen in the next 10 years. I know, and most likely a report coming to council will be that basically how do we control what might happen in the future? Like example would be, I believe the counties don't like to have anything developed in the next 10 years after they finish a reconstructed road, as in a subdivision or something, whatever. But that's something that we have to discuss with council and the CEO and whoever else is involved in what we should be looking at to control, our investments.
Good. We can carry on with your list.
So next one is based on the OSIM report, recommended through our report from our engineer to do a more detailed study on Bridge 35. A detailed study we put in there for 25,000 to see what is the best proposal to maintain this bridge without letting it go to a complete replacement, which would be most likely in that ballpark to be most likely around 1.5 million to replace it. So we have to invest to make sure that maintenance is or minor repairs and work prolongs the life of that structure over a longer period of time, where they can do a detailed study on it to say, well, if we do this, now we can regain so many years of structural strength and carry on.
Council or Deputy Mayor Ditch.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this came up as part of our budget discussion at the county's level, where the public works at the county's level were saying they can play a bigger role with the local municipalities to try to use their internal expertise to reduce some of the costs of this type of work. So I guess, are you already partnering with them in that capacity, or is there potential to get this done cheaper?
Well, this will be a engineer's report. Counties they contract out all their engineering bridge stuff. What you're referring to would be more like I'm qualified to do the inspections and stuff, be the same as the person at the counties. But to do this detail, you need to have a professional engineer to evaluate it in the proper scope. Not saying that we are still talking about what we can do. Maybe we can just go ahead and do minor maintenance off the bat, but we have to put money there to maintain what we have, and it'll be further down the road when we discuss with the engineers.
But as Deputy Mayor was saying, it would be worthwhile speaking with them, because the counties at the budget process came in regards with a report where they're realigning new hires. So I think there was a talk about engineers and they're now looking at doing engineering studies for local municipalities. So I'm not sure to what extent, but it would be worth maybe talking to Mr. Dahan and just identifying because they are changing their ways that they're going to be moving forward.
I have been talking to Ben.
So just over that one bridge number 35, where is 989 when you say Brisson? Which one is that?
That's. Well, that shouldn't be the. We saw. I don't think that's right. No, it's another mistake. I don't know. It's basically it would be over the pane.
Okay, going by the big new house that was
Yeah,
built, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that bridge. Okay, thank you.
Just because it's a lot of dollars, I think it's worth saying, like, I know the counties, I know local municipalities are looking at how to be more efficient on these big infrastructure pieces, especially bridges, and trying to see where either large 2-box culverts or whatever. So I know you're probably already thinking about it, Blake, but just bear saying that I think we're supportive of being creative. I think someone said creative solutions. I think maybe it was Nancy Ann, but we are appreciative of working together with the other roads and engineers to see if there's ways. I know Sarah McDonald that South Glengarry made her presentation at the summit about closing different roads, and those are major decisions. But again, that long-term thinking, it's got to be happening because the amount of infrastructure we have is really not sustainable for the tax revenue we currently bring in. So just to say it, like, be creative and let us know if you think of things that might be alternative for some of these smaller roads.
Thank you. Carry on.
So next item is Bridge 20. With basically that's on session 1, 2. It's over the McMillan drain. It's actually funded by EDP, I believe, Kim. Anyway, it's basically the footings are getting undermined. The structure, as in basically all our structures that's over 75 years old, you don't rehabilitate them, you replace them. Like it's not financial liable to try to get another 5 years out of something that is going to cost you a portion of it. This would be an in-house in-house job. So structurally, we're going to look at replacing it with a multi culvert, similar to where that water goes over under County Road 12, just close to South Nation Conservation. Major culvert replacement 3-4, that's similar to what we're going to be doing for Bridge 20. That's east of McMillan Road. And it's a narrow structure, narrow concrete cast in place structure, which doesn't meet the minimum road width for two-way traffic. Is that extent of its life? It's not classed as a bridge because it's not over 3 meters in length. That would be the opening. So that's the similar kind of project we're doing in-house. Concession 11-12 planning, sorry, 10-11. That's a couple of years ago, you recall that we reconstructed part of 10-11. But there's still 2 kilometers of existing surface treatment that needs a single overlay to extend its life before it deteriorates, where we have to do a complete double and reconstruct the road itself.
And would that take us right up to
That
where we're coming down, through the S curve and then connect to where we
no. This is a single overlay on the existing surface treatment as is right now. So we go from the trail down going west past the McBain farm, and then we'll be coming from McMahon. We only reconstructed to McMahon the one tower.
that's what I'm saying. Are we
Yeah.
connecting west
No.
left?
No,
No?
this is a single overlay just on top to preserve what we have now. And the last one is basically the Alair Road double surface treatment, which is funded by the Ministry of Transportation to reconstruct that. New road resurfacing is was brought up and it's hot on Rombo Road. It's 2.4 kilometers long. It sees a fair amount of traffic with a reasonable amount of households. I think it's at 23. A lot of people use this road. It has a commercial industry on it. And basically it's a high maintenance road where I recommend that we seal it up to reduce the maintenance of it, provide a better service to the residents on the road, and move forward on that, I guess.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just on Rombo, it sounds like a good plan. What I want to be careful of though is, if you do a delegation just before budget, you get what you ask for. You know, what I would want to see ideally is a plan that says, here's a prioritized list, or here's a matrix through which we evaluate different roads to say, this one warrants this one over this one. So we kind of go in order. So I don't know whether or not we have that. I don't have a problem with this if this is the right one. But if there's other people who are suffering quietly in the background on a longer road with more houses and stuff like that, what's my advice to them? Do a delegation for next budget, or I'm not sure that.
Oh,
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This was put in the budget in like September as a planned item. It just so happens the delegation came after to support it. So it didn't prompt the capital budget. It was in the capital budget long before. It's just they came and it was like, okay, you just kind of cemented the issue.
Yeah, love to see a list to say that this makes sense, because what's coming next year? Maybe we need to do two things this year.
basically, this was proposed last year. It'd be very seldom that we had the resources to actually upgrade roads. Last year we did Norman Drive. The way we evaluate it is like traffic count, maintenance costs, and to decide where we should, invest. So being that a lot of people don't like to drive Highway 138, they use Tomei's Corners, the crossover, go down Rombo to stay off the 138. Basically, that's a connector. Anything south, as you know, with the way the municipality south of us is, there's not a lot of crossroads that provide access to the 138 without going a long way. So like Newington, South Finch, if they don't want to travel 43, they seem to like to drive the back roads if we keep them in good condition. And like I said, we do invest enough money in that and to maintain the minimum maintenance standards on it. With high traffic flow, with weather conditions, we have never been in an issue where we have to provide 2 applications of calcium, which really drives up the cost of maintaining gravel roads. So this is my proposal to say to look at a longer term plan, but over the years, we just never had the finance to do many upgrades. But the basic need is when you get traffic counts that get high maintenance on the road, you try to invest to get a long-term savings on that road.
So was this a gravel and we're going to a double surface
Yeah.
treated road now?
Yes.
For what distance? Because you're saying there's a lot of traffic, and if we pave this, it's likely going to increase the number of people who are going to turn onto that. Are they going to be on the surface treated for the entire length of that road? Are they going to go setting setting the future of this road potentially to be surface treated into the future.
Through the mayor, yes, but it's only going to the intersection of Tomy's Corners Road. Where Tomy, yeah. So like, Rush City Road is to the north, Roxwell Gardens to the north. And that's still maintaining gravel. It's basically only one house on the corner of Rush City Road that would be affected with like dust and grinders and stuff.
I was pretty sure we had some kind of like asset management plan, road needs assessment plan, like I'm sure, and we received a present, and I apologize, Blake, because I should know that, but we've received some plans, and I think you do have that written down somewhere, and
Yeah.
it's a combination of your asset management planning and your personal experience of just knowing which roads you want us to do.
With our road needs study, if the municipality could afford it, is long-term, is a saving to have every road surface treated. But it's the basic, and whenever Dave Anderson made a report, at the end of the last updated report, he mentioned that. But realistically, it's with a rural municipality and low population and tax base, I would love to have them all done, but it's just council cannot find the money to do that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
with Bethany, I think it'd be something wise to bring to council, basically have a roadmap of the township and identify our surface treated versus gravel and just kind of see the percentages and even get some cost just for councils being able to determine where we stand moving forward. So good is that. No, you're still, so carry on. You got one more. So the draft thing is no, going to.
So next one is gravel resurfacing. Maybe Kim can you remember that, Kim?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was in operations and it's been moved to capital because of the significant cost of it, and it's considered a betterment. So it gets put as a capitalized item. So it's just simply been moved. So it's out of operations. You'll see it in the operation budget as a negative, taken out, and it's being placed here.
So Manley Road guardrails, I believe all council realize where the Manley Road is and the South Nation River is been on the list for, or in my mind for a long time. We basically, it's a 1 kilometer guardrail, which I think is in the budget for 200,000. Manley Road has to be reconstructed anyway. Was an old county road before. They took out the Iron Bridge and is in dire need, but this is an example of I can actually improve the safety of it, delay the reconstruction of the road by just turning it back into gravel for the near future, but providing a safe guardrail to prevent anybody who would go off into the nation, which runs right beside the road. Next one is Ashburn Road. I think we did it a couple of years ago on the road tour. It's at the end of its life. We didn't pursue the doing this road a few years back. Basically, what the only improvement, only cost extra would be inflation. We've been maintaining it as a surface treated road, but to at some point, unless that it gets to the point now that it's not a safety hazard, it's more of a safety hazard for our snow plows and higher maintenance for pothole repairs. It needs culvert replacements on it to do a full rehabilitation next year, or this year now. Yeah, ED funding use agreement. What's that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding through EDP, I believe we touched on that already. It's only specific roads, so we can only use it for specific roads. And then I'll talk to the last one as well. For sidewalks, bridges, stormwater, funds have been earmarked for future years. Just to give council an idea of what funds might be required.
Thank you. Any questions?
So just a general comment, it looks like a pretty full year with all of the things. How does this compare to past years? It looks like especially with a lot of the bridge activity and the culvert activity and road refurbishment and.
No, I wouldn't say so. Like, the structure you were talking about is not, to what we have done in the past, it's not major jobs. Well, it is. We can do it in a week and a half or less than a week for each one. Like some of the stuff is being contracted. Guardrails we don't get involved in, besides organizing maybe whatever this and preparing the site.
We're doing, where we can, are we doing it internally versus contracting
Oh,
out, or? are
that-
we-
Through the mayor, yes, we always do as much we can in-house and only specialize it. Like the surface treatment and guardrails is the only thing that we actually contract out.
Thank you.
Any further questions before we move on? See none, just quickly, Blake. So I would have just calculating just rough numbers. We're looking at $1 million involved in from gravel resurfacing to surface treatments to now over from the past years saying about how we have an influx of money from different sources coming in. Is this higher? Are we doing extra this year, say, versus our past years as far as?
Through the mayor, I think Kim can answer the actual dollars and cents. Some of the funding is like the EDP funding is covering, what was it, 327, but I'll let Kim go.
Yeah. Cool.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have the EDP handling about 327,000. What's nice is we have an MTO grant of 131. And then we have gas tax handling some of it, OSIF handling some of it. And
So
what
the funding source is, I understand is better. What I'm saying is, are we doing, if you look at what we're going to be covering as far as improving our roads, are we doing more than what we have been doing in the past as far as moving ahead with our plan to improving our roads? So not the money side of it, more the.
Well, it's some of the like through the mayor, some of the like the guardrail thing, that's $200,000. It's just basically a safety improvement. That's
Which I didn't include in the 1 million. So-
Yeah.
So that I understand the safety
Yeah.
aspect, but as far as our roads doing surface treatment, are we, because I don't see where we have been spending, now take out 1112, that project, which was an EDP venture that I understand is a standalone one, but I'm talking outside of that project.
I think some of in the past that we absorbed a lot of the costs were in basic. We did most like a lot more major culverts or bridge and all this that would make it look lower. But when you get into where you have to contract out certain items, it's basically that drives up the cost. So the surface treatment, 5-column surface treatment let me guess now, that's over $250,000 just to do those two roads. So yes, in dollars and cents, but in overall work during the year, or during the construction year, we're not doing that much more. We just have a contractor to do it.
It sounds like we're kind of fishing for the same thing. Is there something that we can put off to next year? Because one thing that Kim said to me last meeting was, if you're looking to change the budget, look for big items. And unfortunately, Public Works, almost everything you do is a big item. So if there was something that we could move down, and again, I'm just going with the 5% thing in my head, what we would have to do to get there. If there's something like, I think we're heading in the right direction. I think we need to do a lot of the stuff that you're saying, and I think we need to do more because I think we've gotten behind over the years. So I agree with where you're taking us. The question is, can we step into that a little more slowly? Because not only have we had, like I say, a significant increase in revenue, but I think we're expecting another increase coming in the year. So I think if we can smooth that curve is what I'm shooting for. So that, I don't know if you want to answer it now, or it's something that you could take away and say, can we?
Yes, I would love to answer it now.
Okay.
To the mayor, I've been doing this way too long and it's been the same thing every year.
Yep.
That we want, but to be realistic, since we had the investment with, or the discussion with the counties, and I can tell you now, I'm going to look at taking away Ashburn Road to try to put a single lift, thin lift on Finch Roxville boundary where surface treatment is over 14 years old. This winter with a freeze thaw, with the heavy traffic, in a day, we can get a pothole that is way out of minimum maintenance standards just because the road is deteriorated down. We've been putting off any kind of investment into that road, basically knowing what's coming down the road. And I would just hopefully what we're going to do in the short term, because if you see our records of how much work we have to do to maintain that in the last 2 weeks.
And I realize
Yeah.
you actually save us a lot of money in what you do.
Yeah,
internally.
but I'm saying this is it's some changes maybe have to come, but that'd be all up to council.
Go ahead. Grace.
Through the chair, and I may be getting ahead of myself, but certainly part of the package that was distributed to council did include a staffing list that was scrutinized and of course strategically suggested some reductions. And there's at least a couple of other reductions that the CAO has objectively looked at that I think we can implement that could see us have a municipal portion or a municipal tax portion of 5.1. So that's very close to the deputy mayor's suggested 5%. I don't know what the rest of council's appetite is, but certainly I think we've got a very we've got some suggested reductions that will have the minimum impact on our ratepayers, and that will again realize this 5.1% tax increase.
Any further questions? So just before we move on to the next, so in regards, Blake, to, and it's not just your department, but so the 2023 actuals and budgeted item, I presume, are audited numbers. So we're looking at 350, round numbers, 350,000 surplus, which stuff that was embedded in the budget that we never got to, and then it got thrown back into, I presume, our working reserve. This year, right now, I know year end's not done, we're at 500,000. And what we're saying is it something where the wish list we anticipate, but I know we do a lot in-house, is it something that maybe we reach too high and we're always, and it makes it harder for council to try to identify, oh, we didn't get to this, and this. So that money goes back, and then it just kind of clutters the waters when we're trying to make a decision. So if we come back right now, Blake, you've utilized 4 million out of 4.5 million. is what, from what was budgeted in 2024 and what you've utilized. There's more to come, I'm sure, like it's not, the year end's not closed. And we're just saying, there's a lot of, when you're looking at bridges and a lot of it where if we do in-house, we may be overextending our ability to get to all that and stress ourselves out to have more than what we can handle is basically the question. Is there a comment to that?
Yes, we do have a, like biannual bridge inspections. When I mentioned to the mayor, when I mentioned before is whenever a structure gets into the 75-year-old and we have a lot of drains that back in the 50s was done by one contractor who had one basically set up to do a box structure, and they were all done, even though they're not needed, 3.05, which makes them a bridge. So basically, we have to keep knocking them off. They're not high investments, but we have to knock them off. So we get maybe another 50 to 75 years out of the road. And as I was mentioned before, without closing roads off, it gets to a point where you have to step ahead and not invest like for that engineer study on the bridge, basically is 25 grand. I'm trying to replace them less than 85.
No, and I
Yeah.
support, totally understand that. What I'm saying is that, and Kim can add to, what I'm saying is, if you're gonna have a, let me just shut this off. Well, my phone is off, my watch is not. Yeah, it's the watch. And I never said the watch, I said, shut off your phone. So, no, all I'm saying is if you have, say, even if it's a surplus of 200 that we will not get to it, sometimes it could be useful elsewhere. And then, because when it's like me with my checking account and my saving, my checking, whatever money's in there seems to disappear. What I do strategically, I get my savings. That it's the same thing here. When it goes into this working reserve, to me, and I'm sure to some of us, it looks like it's disappearing. We don't, I know it's not, but it just, we lose track of it, and then it just makes it hard to, so we're trying to kind of balance a little tighter, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The Public Works budget last year was 1.615, and then they had a transfer to reserves of 150. Currently, without bills that haven't been paid, it's sitting at 1.58. So I don't think there's surpluses in capital necessarily. I think the work is getting done.
Okay, I'm looking at operational, not capital. So that's the issue. So, and last, one more comment, LA Road. So the province is working with us. They're funding this, where I see pulverizing, is that for LA Road?
Yes.
So it's incorporated, so we're getting the 131 is the actual road itself, the 35 is the pulverizing. So we are, it all falls, because we do have allocation higher than 131 that's been approved by the provincial funding. So I'm just saying, let's maximize. So I thought we were shortfalling this, but the pulverizing is, so it brings us to close to where we stand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when this was put together, that was our best guesstimate at the time, but we're going to maximize whatever we can get.
That's what I want to hear. So for those that don't know, we did get funding for which is more than the 131. I just want to make sure that we bring that up to as much as we can manage. Good. So that is, any further questions in regards to Public Works? Seeing none, I will shut off my watch and we will move on to Pierre Requena-Arenas. No, that's not what I want to do. This is where they're. Go ahead, Pat.
Through the chair as the new position as recreation director, back in September, I was nominated as recreation committee. I requested that each recreation facilities provide us with a capital budget with prices, information, what needs to be changed, why it needs to be changed. So as you'll see in the capital budget, some of them, there's nothing there because the information wasn't provided. I had a long list of emails with a pile of items, but no cost, there's no why this was needed and why it wasn't needed and why there's no cost to it, so they're not in the budget. So if you see some of them are missing, it didn't provide us the information for us to do a proper budget. That was requested by, okay, it's right there. So I'll change this, to just give you a heads up why you see the budget difference. So although required and planned building assessment are costly, we're looking at about $10,000 for the building. That being the budget, we can move them for the following years. Although each building will need to be done, I think we can foresee this for 2026 and do maybe 1 or 2 in 2026 and then move forward to get them all done. At the West Monkland, we evaluated with the roads department, they need some patching on the front parking lot where the access is to go into the post office. It is a hazard, it's a hazard for somebody with accessibility, they won't get their mail. And that's why you see on the budget, there's money there set aside to fix this issue in Moncton. Moose Creek is requesting a generator based on approval of a grant, which could be funded between 50 to 75% of the cost. That is on part of the wish list. Rising needs some building maintenance with the front door replacement, overhang over the exit doors due to the issue of water coming into the hall. And Craig is requesting a boat dock, but only its approval of a grant to fund it. So that's the base, it should be funded through a grant. Finch has had a Trillium grant approved for phase 1 of 200,000. Finch also needs some renovations to the washrooms to make them accessible. So there'll be Finch Hall. We have 2 renovations to be done into the arena itself as far as accessibility. Moore is requesting a transfer to reserve $10,000 for a future roof. We did apply for the Stream 1, which you see in the budget. There's an amount there that we got the estimate from engineers. If we are successful with the grant, we do these funds, and then this way we won't need to transfer these funds anymore.
Eric, before you go, how old is, when was the Avamore Hall built? Like, what's the time, what's the 09? Okay. Carry on.
So as you can see, the fund has been applied to Avamore to replace the roof scrap process.
And when is that coming through the
I don't know when we're gonna hear the news, hopefully it's a good one, and I expecting between maybe around March, we should start hearing the results of this Stream 1 anyway. So hopefully by then, we'll turn around here.
Okay, yeah, I'll interject,
Just on the generator for Moose Creek, did they put that, did they initiate that grant? Or did you?
It'll be a partnership between myself and Moose Creek to go and try get prices and trying to find funding for these generators. We're looking the same thing as Avonmore is looking at a grant actually yesterday that could potentially have some funding at over 80% funding for generators.
Okay, so where will the remaining percentage come from to fund that?
Either we're gonna ask recreation or we're gonna have to take it out of capital because it's a capital project, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what the cost is. We just put a base there and see what the cost is, because the first cost we got from engineer was unrealistic, I should say. I think we're just going with prices around here. We'll see a big difference. And then we can see what the funding could be about a realistic price compared to a price that's.
Yeah, and I guess I'm trying to understand why we need a generator there. It's always nice to have a generator in the various halls. We talked earlier in the year, as you know, about Avonmore, the fact that, and I know Craig worked hard on this, the fact that Dr. Racine, who works out of there, was saying that he can't keep certain immunization vaccines and stuff like that in there because if they spoil, it can be thousands of dollars. So we kind of said, we looked at doing it and it wasn't affordable there, but now we're doing it here. So what's the rationale for for this.
Moose Creek showed interest. They got somebody that helps them out fill out grants. They showed interest that they're looking to fill up a grant for a generator. Now, if Avonmore doesn't have interest, the committee, is it something that council will mandate the director to look into funding for Avonmore generator?
And so what will it effectively do for them? Like, so how often are you going to go to the community center if and when there's a power outage?
Well, they open up as emergency shelters for any occasion where we have a lack of, and they have a couple of homes in there.
I
So
don't think
basically,
it qualifies
eventually,
for emergency
the
shelter.
it depends on the importance of who's gonna apply. We're not gonna apply against our own facilities and we can't have 2 grants for generators in North Stormont. So somewhere council will have to take decision, which will be the priority of the next funding. If we find funding in generator, what will be priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3? Based on,
I'll just
on the request, right?
Oh, well, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Bajelli and then I'll come back.
Just one, actually, 2 quick things. One thing we could have looked at, and just touching on what we were just talking about, as examining the potential of using that center as part of the emergency command plan in general. Just the facilities available at that hall would actually kind of supersede anything we're even putting in place. As far as being able to service the community, something that, and that's outside of the budget, that might be something strategically to look at moving forward as far as the emergency preparedness.
But on that note, Adrian, I believe Chrysler has a full generator that are also in that same capacity.
Through the chair, sorry, I can't put my speaker on if I can interject. Finch, Arena, and Hall are being utilized as our initial shelter in because of the ice surface. God forbid we have an emergency and we need more facilities or we need space to house the vulnerable sector upstairs. And that's why we had been successful or applied for and been successful in putting in the generator at Finch, because we didn't have access for the vulnerable sector because the elevator would be inaccessible if the power went out. Yes, I agree. It's always a benefit to have a emergency shelter location in every village setting. Is this a luxury? I would say it is. So there is capacity for council to reject this possible ask. But I'm always in favor, especially for our emergency first responder locations, to have generators accessible to them. Again, sometimes in our current budget situation, I would suggest that those are luxuries as well. And at this juncture or this year, I don't believe I can support him as CAO for putting in generators at any locations other than the emergency operations center at the township office.
The one other thing I wanted to potentially that you might want to explore for the paving in Monkland, because of its use as the post office as well, there may be potential even for the paving under the enabling accessibility program. So that may be able to cover the entire cost of that. So that is a grant that they should be exploring, just because it's a multi-use facility, and that could offset that 10,000.
Yeah, through the chair, we do use accessibility grant every year, so we'll see how much funding we get next year, and maybe we'll be able to save that 10,000 and use that portion of the grant to finalize this project there.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, I'm not against getting the generator. What I would have a problem with is asking the taxpayers to pay for that as a luxury item. So if there's a way to come up with stack a couple of grants and stuff like that, I have no problem with it purchasing. I agree with the fact that even though it's not an official warming center, quite often the rec groups will respond in an emergency and say, let's help out our neighbors. And that's a great way to do it. But again, to the CAO's point, it is a bit of a luxury. And I guess I kind of have the same question about some of the other ones too, in terms of where we are expecting grants. If we don't get 100%, where is the money coming from? Like I think we talked about this earlier in the year for the Finch Trillium funded and boat dock and things like that. Can we just be clear on where we're asking, if we are asking the taxpayers to pay for any of these items?
Well, if you want, through the chair, I'm gonna go with, Monkland, we always decide if we can use the accessibility. I'll start with Berwick. Berwick, the only request, we transferred funds because they're not done with the renovation of baseball diamond. They're also requesting to see if they can have the old structures from that was existing and put them somewhere where Berwick can use it as a recreation. Moncton had no request. Avonmore, the 10,000 is for the roof. And then if we go down to the generator, to me, if Moose Creek finds 100% funding and they can find a generator to a grant and fund the rest of it, it's an advantage to the municipality to have another building where a generator is provided, if they want to do the work for it. And there's no disadvantage to us to it. But it'd be same thing with the boat dock in Chrysler. It has to be fully funded by a grant or the committee itself. These are, I call them wish lists, bonuses. If they want to pick up the funds for it and pay for it, it's fine. It becomes one of our assets, but it's still something that could be fully fundraised through the granting process. The project with Finch, it's going along good. They have 200,000. They're doing some fundraising to go to phase 3. Again, this would be all through funding. There was a mistake in the application itself. Now that I put a watchful eye where they apply and how they do it to make sure we do everything to prevent this happening again. And that's why most of the grants now has to come through me first. So we can double check, make sure everything fits our criteria of municipality asset management and make sure that all the information required in the grant is there and all the costs is there. So we don't have a surprise. So most of these costs in purple, it'll be funded. So some coming out of taxpayers' expenses or taxes.
The accessible washroom for Finch. This one makes me a little nervous because having an outdoor public washroom has the potential to be very expensive into the future. Have we considered that? Maintaining it, making sure that the lines don't freeze, repairing it when they do, and those types of things. I get a little nervous with outdoor washrooms just because of that.
It is a risk right now. They did bring the water into at the surface, and they're planning to have make themselves a little building to be able to have that washroom in there because they got water right now at the rake, so that situation will be heated and everything. So I'm not as worried about it than having it in open air. It'll be in a building where it's going to be heated and everything, where the water source is for watering the rink. So,
okay, thank you.
On a final note, so in regards to the generator, so when we had this first stream of grant coming, there was talk about generators. The number was way higher than what I'm seeing this 80 at, like it was ridiculous. So to me, when that was discussed, it was basically where I see roof is being a necessity, because if it starts leaking, it's on us to replace. But the generators were a luxury, and then it was kind of, now I see that the Avonmore's not on there. Moose Creek, from what you're saying, they came back basically with their wish of putting in a red. Now, is that number feasible? Like, does that make sense? Is it something they've got documented that they can get a generator for?
no idea. That's the amount they gave me. So what I did request in September is they send me the information and proper information, not just guesswork off of Google. Make some research, come up with proper pricing and information, what needs to be done and why. I got a blank of a generator for 80,000. And no other information. Like I said, other recreation had sent me information with no details, no cost, no nothing. So they're not in the budget. I think it'll be a lesson for them that if they want a capital project in the future budgets, is to do a little bit of work and get their prices and their information properly done before budget time.
And that amount, was that incorporated in our demand for that big grant that we?
Yes, at the beginning, that's what we had, but it was a lot more than that. And I say it wasn't realistic at 329,000.
Exactly.
So I just a minute. This is, we got one installed in Chrysler, maybe 15 years ago with a 40 kilowatt and was $5,000. I know they probably triple or quadruple in price, but I'm sure because there's hardly any big hydro into it all in Moose Creek because of all the LEDs and everything. the demand and all the gas and propane, the demand for high hydro is not there like we used to have electric stove, electric. So the demands for these big generators now are reducing to maybe a 40 or 60 would do that whole haul. And you're looking at about $80,000 for 40 to 60 kilowatts.
Compared to the arena where they're running a.
Well, the compressors and
Plant.
everything is three-phase, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you hit the three-phase, it's 600 amps, you're looking at 100 kilowatts and more.
Perfect, so. Going through all our capital, we're not making any decisions, so I'll move on, or any further questions before we move on to the.
Arena?
Funding sources is listed as EDP road user agreement, it's not the road user agreement, it's community.
Moving on to the arena.
The arena is planning on getting major work done based on approval of community sports recreation infrastructure fund for, we know we have a. Work includes a repair of the roof, the low emission ceiling, installation energy efficient windows, and installation on the wall facing the community hall. There's also minor repairs are required, which include the installation of a tankless hot water tank. We did replace one, so we're expecting the second one to be replaced, as usually when one goes, the other one follows. And then the parking lot and cement pad patching, which is a safety issue. I don't know if you've been to the rink, we have major cracks at the front entrance where somebody could trip, or so we need to do this. There's some parking lot issues where we got some big dips in the parking lot, and we need to fix this in order to make sure that nobody gets injured on the facility. And the other item is we need to start replacing some of these rubber tiles inside the arena itself, the flooring. So that's the only items that John recommended that to be done on the budget for 2025.
And through the chair, if I could interject here, because I think we have it slated for $5,000 for those. And John thought he could probably, it's only a minor reduction from 5,000 to 2,500. But that's.
We recommended we could split it up into two, half what needs to be really done right now, and then wait till the second in 2026 and do the second, which will reduce the cost by half.
$5,000 every year, 10 years. That's it. I guess that was, so so 5,000, because it sounded like you were saying instead of 5,000, we split it into 2,500, the next year 2,500.
Yeah, so
It's done after that? Or
no, we got to change, eventually the whole flooring needs to be changed. It's that rubber flooring. It's normal for arena after 10 to 12 years with all the skates and everything, they get cut, so eventually we have to start replacing all the dressing rooms and everything. That's why there's an amount, but the budget, if we need to cut that, we can probably reduce this year by 2,500 and just do where we have certain areas that needs change immediately.
Kim, can I interject? Would, like you're talking about skate cuts, would that not fall under, put 25 or 5, fall under operations versus $5,000 capital?
Depends on what the item is. That falls under amortization. It's a part of, that's the problem, it's not the whole thing, right? But the whole thing isn't that. It's an option.
Any questions? So with the Finch, the CSRIF first stream, the 503 incorporates the roof in there?
Correct.
And then the.
That's their 50% through the chair.
So the 150 that we had in reserves, Kim, is one part to cover but is it only the arena? So is it actually 524 and we have 150, or is it 5 after removing the
Through the,
because we're incorporating the Rex and the arena, so I'm talking about the 500s for the arena, the 150s for the arena roof.
correct.
So are we looking at where we're only gonna be looking at 350 for
That's correct.
Through the chair, if we did put a request for an additional 20% funding. So a request is in there, so it could happen that we get 70% instead of 50%, which would help reduce this cost.
I know, especially with each of the records. And I like the fact, and I don't know how much, but we seem to carry over a lot of stuff year after year to say, you know, if we raise this money, we want to keep it. And I just want to be certain that any money that's been raised for specific purposes, it's kind of an earmark for that. It doesn't go into the general reserve, which we're drawing out, right? Because I know we'll hear a lot of those, something like that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is one of those items that will be moved at year end because there are lines in the budget right now that'll say donations, whoever. We're not keeping those. Those goes to their reserves. Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Pierre. So we will move on to water and wastewater.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna just present the slide very quickly, but there's details because Aqua is here and has provided those blue sheets that we missed out on last year. So I made sure you got them this year. So if there's any questions to those, I'll let Aqua talk to them or Blake, but I just want to give a brief overview of the Waterworks Department. It's broken into 3 systems, Chrysler, Finch, and Moose Creek. Includes both water and wastewater. And like I said, Aqua has identified capital items. The focus over the next few years will be on the Moose Creek wastewater system that has approved funding from the Hughes grant for upgrades to the lagoon. Project is just over 6.5 million with grant funding of 4.1. In your operating budget this year, what you will see, I just want to make it clear, I know it's not part of this, but each of those systems has to be self-sustaining so that this grant is not going to affect the other systems. They're all self-sustaining. So Chrysler, Finch, and Moose Creek.
That one, because at one point in previous years, we talked about how reserves though could be, don't have to be isolated per, I think we drew from the general reserves to do the Chrysler Tower. Whereas it was probably collected from all 3 over time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was talking with the auditors and there is an appetite that we can borrow from them as such or use them. But it's still, the cost of that will be borne by Moose Creek for the borrowing, not the other systems, because they shouldn't be paying for something that isn't there. So it is an option to use those funds to reduce any debt if we need it. But like I said, I've made sure they were separate this year and each one has its own page to indicate that the balance on those is 0. They're self-funded.
Any questions in regards to Don from council? Maybe this is not a budget. I'm knowing with regards to everything that's going on RV now is where are we at? Like maybe Don can give me a nod. Are we in line with moving with our project of getting this wastewater issue dealt with in Moose Creek? So as far as now do we have everything so we can apply for the EA and that's all that kind of stuff? Can maybe whether you, Blake, or Craig can add to that? Or?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Dawn and Blake, but I can confirm that the final draft has been publicly posted on the website and that was pushed to all of council. There is a 30-day period that we have to provide to the public, but we are working with RV on that, and I'm not sure where we are at with the EA review.
Question is, are we in line where we're moving? Next thing you know, often we sit here thinking we're moving, and then 6 months later you find out, oh no, we're waiting on. So that's what I just want to make sure that we're following the process to sooner than later get that resolved.
Yeah,
for Alex.
so our engineering firm submitted a proposal with an estimated timeline on it. Right now, they're working on the scope for the request for services, so we can retain a consulting engineer to move forward with that part of the EA.
Any further questions in regard to, go ahead.
How, if at all, did the connection fee revenue fit into the capital expenditures for? I see it's more in the expense stuff, but can we not use it for capital as well, or? I don't see it here referred to. We're not, this year, we're not going to fund that, or is that coming out of somewhere?
The capital budget items on that blue sheet should match the capital items you have on the actual spreadsheet. Yeah, in accordance to the one I got from Aqua as well. They should be matching.
But the funding sources, the funding sources to help support the primarily are for 2025, it's going to be provincial federal grants, right? The 1.1 million.
Correct?
But what's not on this list of funding sources, is it the Chrysler, well, connection fees?
The connection fees are noted in the operating budgets, totally balance that budget. It's part of the whole budget. You'll see it in the operating budget. You'll have the grants, you'll have the capital, and you'll have the connection fees. So it does help offset it. It's just not noted there.
We're using it to offset the operations budget. We're choosing not, but we could if you had decided, you know, it'd be better for us to use it here, you could have done that. I'm more trying to understand.
Could have done that, but then you'd have to up your user fees, right? Like if you're using the connection fees simply for capital, you got to still provide funding for the services, right? The operations, correct?
Well,
In the big picture,
if I go back to kind of why we thought about putting in the connection fees, part of the reason was because we got hit with the huge refurbishment of the Chrysler Tower. We thought, you know what, we need to find ways to fund some of these big things that are going on. So can we increase our connection fees? We are getting some really good revenue from that. But I guess my assumption was that the user fees would generally look after the operations, and some of this additional connection fees would help us build a reserve for future capital use.
it's part of the whole budget document on operating. It'll say operating da, 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 and then it says connection fees, and then it says capitals. Wherever I'm short, whatever connection fees don't cover the total budget, whether it's operating or capital in that section, it's going to be a to or from reserve to help balance it. So it is part of the big picture. It's just not noted, sorry, as a funding source on here.
Yeah, okay, because I just want to be sure that what we're fundamentally doing is that day-to-day operations is sustainable with our current fees that are there. And we're able to build a reserve so that we don't get hit with a big charge that we have to then finance going forward. And you're saying that that's happening, it's just happening behind the scenes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? None. Thank you, John. So does that end and we are 20 minutes ahead of time. So are we ready for lunch? Did we want to take maybe a so instead of restarting, getting into so is there any further discussions in regards to this morning's capital side of things that
Yeah, just one other question in terms of how we manage this going forward. So the mechanics of it, the financial mechanics of it. Quite often when we're seeing the 10-year projections, what you've done is you put in an inflation factor to go on there. But what also happens if we're doing our jobs right is we have in reserves a bunch of money that we're actually getting interest on. So my thought was, why don't we show the interest that we gain in the 10-year plan so that the interest that we gain will help offset the inflation that we're going to realize? Like, where does that interest go? Does it come back into this, or does it go into the general fund and we spend it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it goes to each reserve because we have them set up in the banking system as reserves. So they do get their own interest. It's just not shown as a funding source here.
Okay, so when we're calculating then the inflation factor, are we taking into account the fact that we have interest to offset that?
No, we're not.
Okay, so we're on the only upside on that.
No, but it
Yes.
will show as a fund, like in your reserve balances,
Yes.
those reserve balances indicate the interest. So if we're using the reserves as a funding source, it's kind of built into, but it's not segregated.
Other questions? My only issue, so we basically just overheard every department kind of talk about what they, but it was not discussed as far as if council's appetite to say, no, I'm not doing this, or so right now, there's no direction at all for staff to understand. Right now, we're just, basically stating that, okay, the capital is the capital. Do you want
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the suggested cuts that were brought to council, I don't know if you want to start the next session going forward with that as a starting point and then moving forward. Or if you want to cut, like in part of that operating budget, there is a line that says capital. So if there's something the council does not want, we can take it out of that line item.
Does that make sense? Because to be honest with you, the capital is a capital. I find when I run through operational is you can then determine, and that's most of my questions is in regards to that. So I think I would prefer that unless you guys want to.
No, I'm the same style as well. I
Okay.
think that's where you, rather than saying cut a specific project, I think we're kind of giving direction. Once we go through the operational, we'll be able to say, okay, well, here's some suggestions where we think we can find those savings, and then.
Okay.
It's just through you, Mr. Mayor, it's just that I wanted to show council a 10-year plan, tentative plan, so we know what's coming. The second item is, if you take a look at that operating budget, it just says capital 1.4 million. There's no detail to indicate to council why it's needed, what it's for, what makes up the 1.3 million or whatever. So that was the reason to show capital first so that council understands what's in that total.
If anything, we still have a lot of catching up to do, especially on the rec assets. And that's why I know sometimes I feel a little hard nosed when it comes to rec and not drawing out of taxation. I just know that these buildings are getting older and we have nowhere near the reserves that we need. And I want to be sure that every penny we can squeak into those reserves, we should, in my opinion.
But on that note, if I can reflect when somebody owns something, if you maintain it, and often the case is it's not. And then it just depreciate to the point where I know, I'm not, how about you look at the old Moose Creek Hall? Well, it had to be, it was not a thing about let's refurbish, it was a full blown. And that's where if you were to maintain it and just keep up to date, well, it's like everything else, you can have, turn it into a historical building, whether I don't know, but that's again, is that effect where if we can kind of get the mentality of let's preserve and make sure that it's well maintained. Okay, so are we safe to say? Go
For you, Mr. Mayor, lunch is here. It's in the kitchen.
Perfect, so we can go and grab a plate downstairs and eat here, so we will reconvene at quarter after a half hour. Quarter after 12, we'll come back. Nancy, are we offline? You can break for lunch. Thank you. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. We went through our capital this morning, and now we're going to be running through the operational, starting with our general government for to start. So we'll get maybe Craig to start us off.
For you, Mr. Mayor, what I was hoping we would do is if council has any questions or things they want to kind of cover out of or need clarification on or whatever.
Myself, so page by page, I'm where I put my little notes on these pages. So I think we pretty much all did the same. So if we go start off with, so it's different. Is there an actual page number? Well, we'll be flipping the page as we move. So let's start off with the first page showing the revenues for our general admin, and then we'll move page by page. That sound good? So going over the revenues for on page 1, any comments or questions?
Before in terms of the revenue outlook for GFL, very tough.
Moving on to all questions in regard to revenues, moving on to on page 2 to the expenses. I can start. So in regards to a few third line down with regards to OMERS. So for those that are not aware, we were caught up with back to 201, I believe. But anyways, where we had members of council, the head of council, so mayor and deputy mayor were on OMERS, but the councillors never had the opportunity, which went against our bylaw. So now there's buybacks that can be made. We are looking at rounds for council, both 2023 and 2024. We had set where you see the 20,000 and 21. We were putting extra because that's when we acknowledged the I don't want to call it the error, but the oversight that came to our attention. So we 2020. Now we never utilized those because it took till now until now the letters were mailed out. 100,000 was put in as the buffer. Is it a worst case scenario that
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was the estimate we got from OMERS if everybody came on board.
So
That's highly unlikely. Well, I can
Yeah.
guarantee you it's not every.
I
individual,
spoke to one just to get his, and it was appearing that no, it wasn't worth his while. So especially a lot of the going back to 01, the remunerations for councillors was, and we had a 1/3 exemption at the time, which we don't have now. So that exemption, when it was removed, what council of the term on that term raised the salaries. Councillors were not losing anything. It just kind of status quo, but it raised the salary to increase the OMERS pension. So when you're looking at back in the day, when you're having a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 remuneration, maybe not worth. So I was asking the treasurer, the only thing is that 100, if nobody takes it, does it again fall back into this working reserve where we don't seem to see it, and there is no way. So I know there will be some that will take it, but for the people that don't, the difference is going to be going in our working reserve.
Correct.
Come next year. Any question on that?
A quick question on that too. Is there an actual drop dead date for people to decide whether they are or not?
February 28th, apparently.
It's embedded in each.
In a month, at the end of February.
Okay, so we would see if it'd be a variance report in our first quarter that we would see this adjustment.
Yeah.
Come back. Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we just cut it in half? Like right now, why don't we cut it in half and rather than this, like you say, I think I know there will be at least one person who's going to take advantage of it, but I suspect why project the worst case scenario and then just put it in a reserve? Why don't we just?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When you're given a projection, you have to, I take it, For example, the same thing can be said about benefits. The worst case scenario, the projection they've given us is 19.8. The hopes are it's probably going to come in at 10, but I don't know that. So I like to be safe rather than sorry.
So again, if we play the odds, looking at full 100, if we were to say we can drop it 20 would be one thing, one way. Do we want to play that game or do we just leave it at that?
Well, I'm not a fan of being worst case scenario on everything, right? Because then you know you're going to be winning on something. So if the general practice is always to put, whether it be for benefits or whether it be for these things, I think there's room somewhere to be able to do it. And if we 1% off of this, I would say grab a percentage point or 1.5% off of this one. And again, even if we're wrong, somewhere else we've estimated 100% where we won't be, and it's going to move around. So I understand the practice, and it does absolutely keep you out of trouble, but it almost always guarantees you're going to have a surplus across those items every year.
You've played with numbers for a long time. Do you support if we were to go 20% shy of and say put 80,000 and then keep the 20 for services that might be needed elsewhere? Or do you feel more comfortable keeping it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that's a council decision to make, because basically you approve the budget and you assume the risk at year end of a surplus or whatever. But there are things that are happening right now that may offset this. For example, what's not got told, we have a 25% postage increase. We send out a lot of things. It's not built into this budget. So that's going to hit. So that line will be over, whereas this line may be short. Budget is the best guesstimate at a certain point in time. If council feels they want to cut it, that's your prerogative. I just think there's other pieces that are going to come in over budget. And one of the things I'm concerned with, honestly, is what's been budgeted under general government for the township office is simply a guess. I don't know what it's going to cost us for maintenance. I don't know what it's going to cost us for hydro. I don't know what it's going to cost us for, you know, a lot of those things. And to have this little bit, you're going to say cushion is not the right word, but because there are unknowns coming, I'll leave it to your discretion. That's just my opinion.
Well, me, it was more to make council aware of the 100, the reason and the implication. Like I said, I'm comfortable unless council wants to reduce it to leave it in and then occupying the amount. If I was to save on it, it would be more, like I said, we're looking at hitting a certain percentage rate for today for our number, and any surplus above that, I'm looking at, we got to looking at our capital reserves and more not increase our services, but more maintain what we're trying to do. So
yeah, so again, just for the sake of creating potential momentum here, and I will absolutely feel comfortable if council as a whole decides differently, but I would like to move that we drop this by the 36,000 or whatever it is that equals 1 percentage point.
142.
Because again, if we look at the actual versus budget for 2023 and the projected 2024, we're $150,000. And I think again, my goal here is not to put us in a deficit, but I like to be able to refine our projections if we can, especially if we're trying to pull that. So anyhow, I move that we drop it by the
1%.
9%.
They drop this number or?
Yeah, by
Drop the owner's expense by 30.
Yeah.
36,000. Okay. I'm worried that if we're only cutting and not adding the unknowns, that we're gonna be in a deficit. Because we're gonna look to cut, obviously, I did that postage. If we don't do both, that would make me.
I feel this is a big line item, like this is a big single line item where we can, I don't think we necessarily have to have a 1%, 36,000, but I think we can comfortably reduce it by, 20,000 and still know that we're gonna come in under and slowly get reviewed just because it is such a.
I feel that 20% is a number that I know it's not worth my time to invest. 20% is not a big risk to take. So, and it leaves 8 into the, so instead of going the full 1% at 36, if we say, let's keep 8, put 20%, 20,000 back into our role, I would support that for no problem.
And just in the same vein, then if there's things that, you know, for sure will increase, you should add them in as well. To make sure you're coming in. I don't want to be always in a cut mentality. I want to make sure that we're funding the program's services.
And just again, so I know a couple of years ago, like just having a staff Christmas party, and we struggled because, oh, we don't have a line item that was kind of helping. Did we, I'm not sure where we had it last year. Do we have a jail to be able to complement? Okay, perfect.
So can I just get clarity that the appetite for council is to drop 20,000 off of this line?
Well, I can roughly put a vote is that perfect. So that's
Yes, and can I just confirm again that, so 20,000 reduced in the OMERS, $100,000 for previous council, and to add in the 3,600 for postage.
It's minimal.
if we, yeah, but if we are aware of, did get the memo or the email that states that it's going up to that, to me, might as well add it in as we move, because it's going to be part. Go ahead, Adrian.
Just one other question on page 1. Transfer to reserve for elections. Is that something that we ramp up getting closer to election dates? Or is that just because I see it's increasing 2023, 24, 25?
Through the mayor, I believe it was cut last year just because it was safe to cut. But we need to come up with the right value for next year, so.
Do we know what the amount is?
Roughly 20.
Typically, we've put away 20,000 per election, and we come close to spending that, or at least in 2022 we did. But there's a built-in padding for leading into 2026 because we may need contract support for that. Maybe we can perhaps take that offline.
So right now, would this lead us into 25,000? With this 14 that we've got in there, that would be.
It's 20,000 every election. So
Correct.
4 years to accumulate.
That's right.
And it used to be 4,000, then it moved up to 7,000 to take it from the 16 to 20. So the odds going up at 14, I need to take it up from 7 to 20.
Because right now, in 2023, we took 4,000. Last year, we took 7, so that's 11. And now we're going to 14. So that's bringing us to 25.
And through the chair, for transparency purposes, I'm trying to build in some padding because the deputy clerk and the CAO's office may need support for the 2026 election. Council is aware, and I haven't made this public to everybody in this room or in the office. But I will be retiring in March 2026. So the extra amount that I'm trying to add into this is for experienced municipal staff who may be able to assist with the election process. So that's the right. So I can provide that support to this office.
Is the intention to put another 14 next year to bring us
I
up
was
to
going to
35?
suggest another 7,000, yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's going to be pulled anyways. So if we put in 5 and we take out 30, it's not going to make a difference because we're going to pull it from reserves to take care of the cost of the election.
And the surplus just falls back into that
Okay.
darn working
Yes.
reserve. That is
Following the mechanically what you said, but I don't follow. So we're going to, so we should ask for it anyhow, because if we don't spend it, it's going to go back into reserve. Is that what I'm hearing? Or should we say we don't need it because we're going to pull from reserves?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're going to pull the cost of the election from that reserve election fund. whatever is spent just stays in there so that you can accumulate more for the next election. You may not have to take a $7,000 hit every year. It might be 5.
I guess we're just talking right now about this. Why cut more than we need if we're trying to get shape it back down? So again, I guess I'm Craig feels we need it, and I support his experience. If he thinks we're going to do that, I think then that would be.
Typically, we'll need 20,000, which we were targeting for 2026. I'm trying to build in a bit of padding over and above that 20,000 to have some monies for an outside resource to assist.
We build that extra next year.
Actually, that's certainly council's discretion if we think we're going to have that flexibility in 2026 budget. Yeah, that's
We have it,
definitely
like, we're trying to hit 30, so we have 11. If we go 10 and 10 next year, 10 and this year, 10 and keep 4, does that make it? Or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I'm not quite understanding the logistics of if you're taking 25 out and you're putting 10 in, you still got 15 there. Like I'm not understanding. It's like putting money into savings and taking it out the same year.
No.
I don't understand.
If we can put 10 instead of 14, that for 31,000 to deal with the election, and we'll live with what, like how much was in our from the previous council that left us. I'll support that. Let's go 10 and 10 for the next 2 years. And let's put 4 down to put towards our goals.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, what page are we on
That
here?
Would be second page of page 2, just after revenues.
It's
Okay, yeah.
141059900.
Yeah, got it. So you want that knocked to 10? Okay.
Any
Training and what is it? Training and meetings, conferences. I'm all for that. I think we should be doing it. What I'm reading based on this is that we've been underutilizing it. We're going to make a concerted effort to actually use more because we really increased the budget, even though we didn't even spend, we spent 3/4 of the budget in the 2 previous years. So again, are we actually going to spend that, or are we just not? Renewing our commitment to training and renewing our commitment to conference attendance, or are we just gonna, there's no plan behind that. I would say keep it at 35 and 75 rather than 85 or 85.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that has been increased, allowing for like $1,000 per staff member for administration, which is not a lot for training. And one of the strategic plan pillars was to increase training for staff. So that's why it's been upped, so we can actually attend things.
And through the chair, the CAO did send out and request a list for staff and training opportunities for 2026. So we did have some, a structured plan for each of the departments. So yes, we do have dedicated training opportunities that we've identified, and we have a little bit of a surplus in case something comes up that we're not aware of to date for the calendar year.
It's going to be
For 2000.
Yeah, and I support being used, but again, in the training department where we utilized 2,500, 2023 and 2024, and now we're jumping to 95. It's just and we had, so the 25 that we had 5,000, we only used half. Then we had another 2,500 we only used. So it's just to make sure that it's there for a purpose. And again,
We have to also understand, like, there's have the bodies here, we're not sending them on training.
No, I agree. So that was thought out, and I'm sure we'll put it to good use. Anything else on that page, Councillor Shane?
Mosley Insurance. It's about $20,000 increase here. Then I see back in Public Works, it's back there, Mosley Insurance got about $50,000. Well, is this our insurance? Are we looking at cheaper?
Through the chair, 64,000. That is our benefits, actually. Mosey and Mosey is the contractor that oversees our benefits. And the 19.8 is the anticipated increase, which we had touched on earlier. And again, this, I believe, is an anomaly for this calendar year because we had some significant draws on our benefits plan. We are
Line 1 for 10. Telephone, cell phone, internet. A significant jump. Phones and internet, $100 just the line. That's the other $5,000. Overall, but it was 5. Sorry.
That is another. That's what I was just asking the treasurer. Internet fiber that we have at the new office space. I did confer with our IT partners at SDG, and they said the quotation and cost for the internet service through Bell is very reasonable.
Through the chair, it's basically been estimated or quoted at $485 a month.
485.
Mhm.
Our counterparts
Mhm.
pay more than that, actually.
Mhm.
So.
Mhm.
They are super high speed.
Surprisingly, but yes, these.
Are we overshooting what we are capacity bandwidth wise? Like we operate, we operate via 5 and 12 for half of that cost.
Yeah.
And
Then
it's all based on what the capacity of the lines are and what the necessity. Coming from a building here where we are bare bones scraping by as far as IT, are we kind of overshooting that?
our needs were vetted and were approved via SDG IT. I wanted to make sure that our bandwidth or our capacity matched what we needed, not what we, overextended ourselves. So this is what we require. And again, it was vetted through SDG IT.
I believe that's what we pay at my work is in that range with Bell 5 as well, so.
The fact that, like, is Bell high speed readily available there? And now that Rogers is running and Explorer is running, will we relook at this in the future? Like, if they have a offering and a better, because I don't know, but we've been trying to get Bell here for a while and we thought we almost did it, but
We about 3 years ago during COVID.
did it reach there? Bell?
Yep, Bell Fiber, we have. Right, yeah. And that's
And
what
the
was
other two
recommended.
providers, I believe, is just wireless.
Correct.
It's only Bell that has that.
Right now, but now that they're running the fiber. I don't think it's Bell that's running fiber down.
No, Explore.
Yeah, but they're not running the fiber here. Bell ran the fiber.
They're in the process of laying it right now. It's going past here.
Well, it's not going by road. Like I was told by Rogers when we met Rogers at the road or Amo, they're not running by my road. The only option I have is wireless Rogers. So it's not, they had the contract Rogers for, but like Chrysler and Burr were ran by Bell 5. So Rogers will not be running line beside the Bell 5. So it's something to explore, but I believe that
Finch and Berwick were completed by ExploreNet. That broadband contract was separated between Rogers and ExploreNet Internet Townships. But Bell Fiber was the suggested mode of internet service, so that's what that's what we had put into the township office.
And then just my final question on page caretaker. What is caretaker?
what line is that? Oh, here it is.
But halfway through, 5,500.
I believe that would be the new build, the new.
Through the chair, we did get quotes for cleaning for the new building. It's considerably larger than this office. The daycare is going to be cleaning their own area. So this is just the 10,000 square feet for the municipal office space and the council chambers. But that is the janitorial costs for the township offices. It's twice the size, so it's a little bit twice the price.
And previously, I believe it was just in-house, there was somebody cleaning. Now here is a
Professional service.
Can we move on next page? Any further questions? None. Fourth page of the general government. Go ahead.
Yeah, PP&P accessibility, disability, 30,000. What's that? So halfway down.
2020 is the last four digits of that. Oh, I guess 2300, 2020, there's more than one.
Here, through the mayor, sorry, my apologies. That's the number of monies that we've been putting away over the last 4 years to meet the legislative requirements of our buildings, meeting requirements for the accessibility. We actually, the director and I will be reviewing what's left to do and bringing to council our update on what's been done with that 30,000 every year and what needs to be done and what's upcoming before we meet the required legislation requirements.
So off the top of your head, do you have a sense of what things are on that list? Just as an example?
I know we've just finished with the Finch Arena. We've done some door installation at the Chrysler Group. And now Finch is being done in the next, was done in December, and now they're being finishing off this year. We're looking at going to Monkland. We were gonna look at this building, but now it's being sold, so we don't have to worry about that. We did get the grant for our other building, which kind of threw us in some buildings. We're gonna be going to Avonmore and Monkland next and see what's needed there.
Yeah, I know we had a plan and I thought it was close to finish, but again, who knows, other stuff may pop on as well over time. Okay.
Through the chair, we just gotta take into consideration, we'll do our evaluation of buildings.
Yeah.
Before investing in accessibility, so council will have a direction to see if it's worth the investment and how much we got to invest, because if we just take a hall like Moncton, that will need major work for the old structure, to make it accessible. It would be a decision taken by council how much you want to invest in that building.
Yeah, because there's the Avonmore pool as well. So we need to really evaluate where we're going with it. We'll go from there.
So the 30 is for not, there's no other line items in each department for accessibility. It's all here for taking care of halls, pools, arena and everything.
Yes.
And is the timeline the end of 2025 for where we're trying to reach the
Yes.
access?
Yes.
Go ahead.
In line, 1055, 9900, the transfer to reserve treasury was budgeted to do like $100,000 reserve transfer that will not take place, was previously budgeted, no longer budgeted. So what's changed and what was that and what's changed with the approach?
Simply budget pressures.
Yeah, so you just decided to keep that in the, yeah.
Do we,
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the 98,905 in the previous year was for the sale of 2 pieces of land that we sold, and it was going to the reserves for treasury. We don't have any plan for this year. Transferred to and from reserves are not complete for year end yet.
But it will be.
Yes.
But it's planned.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
any further questions, which takes us to the end of general governance? Any questions on page 4? Seeing none. Thank you, Craig. Moving on to Nancy and the fire department. You got any other questions? Perfect. So I'll look around, so I'll start with Steve.
Two things, the donations, or sorry, no, the $52,000 grant. Is that to cover the stuff that we reviewed at the fire committee meeting, the 52,000?
Correct. That was brought to council, if memory serves me, in September of 2024 for approval, pre-budget approval to submit the grant. I submitted for 52,000, council approved 20,000, and I received 32,900 and something. So we'll have to sit down and see the math exactly, but that was pre-approved in 2024, sir.
That's a grant anyhow, so I guess it doesn't affect taxes.
Well, it's the 20.
The 20,000.
Right.
Yeah. 32 was received, but to get 32, we had also to commit. And it wasn't guaranteed on the 32, so it was kind of a, actually gonna go for more. Kind of
Balance out, yeah.
and managed to approve the 20 to get the 52.
And I think I asked this before, so forgive me for repeating. I think Craig, you answered it before, is the second last line in revenue is the revenue from the ambulance bay in Avonmore. The rent has been the same year after year. We don't increase that with the even.
Excuse, through the mayor, the renewal was brought to council.
I'd like to know, I don't know, out of our calls that were to support the 138 and 417, which is more at the east end of our township, but there is the opportunity to re-get those. I know we're at zero. Is there, I know, like, is it because we're not making the push, or what's this?
We are getting on a very short timeline with MTO to supply the information. I think it's a 30-day supply. And between, we didn't have as many accidents on the 138, thankfully, that we could go from, in the 417 either. We do have a couple that we're reviewing with MTO, see if they allow us the extension of the claims. But we have a 30-day deadline, and I'm going to be working with our liaison in order to get the OPP information. Sometimes the drivers are gone by ambulance and we don't have that information. And it takes us a while to get that information from OPP as well. They're overwhelmed. So we're trying to increase the revenues where we can.
Because we're always wondering, is there an opportunity to go maybe talk to somebody? We do Roma, we do OBRA, we do AMO, and we opportunities with delegation. I see in 2023, the actual is zero. There is zero. And I know for a fact, we've had many, we're supporting their highway. And at the same time, it's it's there. It's just maybe the structure is made to be in their advantage, and we're not getting our fair share of what should be some kind of coverage. So
if through you, Mr. Mayor, if I had one request, it would be to ask for more time. We are volunteer based, and I know it's a touchy subject, but we don't have the same time frame in the staffing as full-time resources. And again, that would bring, whether I get the software or not, I still need the OPP information. So I still need that data. So that's where we're at. So if you're going to ask, that's what I would ask for.
and I'm sure Lieutenant to and say, hey, what's going on? Why are we not getting? So that's something we can put on our plates to get some further discussion.
Thank you.
Moving on to expense. I can start. I have one because I'm well. So we've got the NFPA training. I know the firefighter one. We're reestablishing 30,000. I was under the impression, speaking with you earlier, that we were getting close to having a majority of guys. And what is the 30? How many guys are still in need of the firefighter 1 and 2?
So
Or is that what it's? What is that? What it's?
it was originally aimed for. The other aim was to clarify the expenses that were going through the legislative requirements for our services provided to our residents. So the 30,000 I know in our variance report is low, but they haven't been paid yet. They have to complete the program. So I have a $24,000 that will be going out in January for the 2024 budget. And my hours for this year will be over And this monies, it does not include the benefits and so forth we have to pay out. on
But
the
if I
calls.
recall, so the hours, it's not an hour based.
The FF1
remuneration.
and FF2 is not an hourly base, no, it's a base salary, so it's $1,000 for the FF1 and $500 for the FF2 versus the 44,000 or the 4,000 it should cost us.
So are we looking, but so that would allocate 20 guys to get their.
That's what we have currently, 19 guys in training. We were blessed to have 20
That already
rookies.
start, but was that not like, there's nothing that was paid out in 2024 yet,
They're being paid out next week.
which is part of last year's budget.
Yes,
So
and then
you're
I have
asking for
another class.
30.
Yeah.
Are we having another 20 guys that need it?
Yes, sir, for FF2. So we have approximately 35 guys that need FF2, the 20 new rookies that we have now that'll be enrolled. And then we're looking at another class. Plus, we are looking at the NFPA awareness, the operations of ASMAT. We need that level as well to continue providing those first two levels. So I'll be looking at that for next year as well. So that 30,000 will complete a full 20 firefighters of FF1, FF2 accreditation.
And now if we carry on to training courses and seminar, we have another 22,000,
Correct.
which is,
That'll be the in-house training. So we have to continue with some of our training that you wanted us to continue through, like the NFPA, we have to continue our accreditation. And now we're going on an hourly base. So this is where the conversation will have to happen as to whether or not. This year, we're at 17,000. You're
Ju-
looking,
it's just Nancy, it's bringing, we have 131 and now we're adding 30 and now we're adding 22. It's all based to cover salaries. And you were shy of 100 for administration. So we're getting close to 300,000 to pay.
the training itself is not for hours. The training itself is for the expenses of training itself. We're not paying no salary out of that training. We are paying only the expenses of training. We are paying the tools that we require, everything that's required for the training purposes. We try to reduce those costs. Some of that training, let's say, is for the Ottawa Fire Services, when we go for our training, our live burns, all these things. We try to reduce it, but that's where we're at.
But the live burn is to pay for the guys. It's a salary.
No, it's for the rental of the property for the Ottawa Fire Services. It's part of our accreditation. So we have to pay for us to go up there. The 30,000 is paying for, yes, for the salary, that $1,500. And then we'll have some hours for the ASMAT operation, which is a level 2 that is required to meet our accreditation.
Okay, it just makes it hard and I know
I
I'm hard on,
understand.
I know I'm hard on you, but we're
You're not,
looking at
it's okay.
$1 million budget, okay, we've got 8,000 residents. We answer what's our call out, 130 calls. Yeah, it's a big expense. So if you were to take that same $1 million to the city of Ottawa, that would give them $130 million to run a 1-year budget for their fire service. And I'm sure if I investigate, we're nowhere near that.
No, we are at last year's calls levels are at 142. We are gradually increasing as the medical calls, our traffic accidents, as we grow, our level of calls are growing. December was a busy month. It was not a pleasant month. We didn't have a lot of positiveness in our calls, but and that's preparing for that as well.
Times are changing. Any other questions?
But no, it's just a same general comment. When you said it was $1 million budget, when I went over to the actuals for 2023, we paid $600,000. We're now at $400,000 more, and it's just not a sustainable trend that we're on. So we have to spend some time, as best we can, finding ways to get creative, I think, with this category. And I know you're limited in terms of regulations and stuff like that, but it's just, it's for a small municipality, that piece of the pie chart, when we look at the pie chart, it just keeps getting growing and growing and growing every time. Used to be Public Works took a half the pie, now it's getting smaller, and I don't think it's because Public Works is getting any less, it's because everything else is getting bigger.
We are looking to you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. We are looking at reducing and training our officers and our firefighters so that they can do their own inspections, they can do their own cleaning, and they can do a lot now through this training. So the long-term benefits will come out of this. It won't come out in the next year or two, but we can see a trend and we can see a huge benefit into that.
Chair, unorthodox, could we just take a 5-minute break? Public Works Superintendent Desmond, Assistant Fire Chief. Could we just take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, we go around in the school there, it's going on, so I don't know if that's going on.
But it's not monitored.
Yeah.
Alliance.
I'll just go.
Twenty-six in town.
The existing.
But what's?
I'm okay with the generator at the fire.
So would we get?
Then I'm send it out and give us the staff.
Yeah, if they get it, it's a good thing, but there's no risk to us. This one doesn't fire all. I understand states that, oh yeah. They've operated for the last 50 years without one, so you can't tell me, oh, it's for this.
Like 12 and 13,000.
Craig, I'm not sure if we shut down.
Don't ask me how to do that.
We're back on. Thank you. There's just one line item I guess I could have taken in the time when we were on the. Maybe you can find it. So, internet, cell phone internet for the fire department, the 1,700, is that for, internet? Or do we, for cell phones, is that?
Apologies, so through the mayor. We don't have cell phones at the fire department. It's all our connections to the water towers, our communication, our dispatch, and our internet at the stations level.
Any other questions in regards to? So right now, I don't think it was, so there was the software. Nancy, that is where?
We put it, I'm sorry. We created a new.
Radios and pagers.
So it seems, and then the same thing with our radios and pagers, which you get all these line items that, oh, we're looking at 12, boom, now we're 23. Now we're looking at, oh, and now we're, so it falls under operational. This software, is that going to be 12 per year?
Correct.
So
That's the software that we discussed at the fire committee that I've reduced to 12,000. And that's going to be taking off an extra, I believe 2,900 for the Who's Responding, the mobile wrap, and that's going to be taken out. So it basically will be at 10,000 versus that.
I think it is facilitating, but it's always going one way, and is to try, and it depends on where we end up, because we are trying to reach a percentage that we're all going to be comfortable with. So view would be made this year is the I want 100 to stay on for it's just the generator. If at the end we're in line, good, but if we're not, like, that would be one of my asterisks that I would put as far as putting, because again, it's all luxury that we need to move forward and not a necessity.
So what you're saying, just so I'm clear, sir,
Yeah.
sorry, you'll keep the software, and if things go well, you're gonna remove the generator?
You tell me, I'm just saying is.
Oh, you want
what
me
I'm
to?
seeing-
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is you've got the software, pagers and radio. I thought we were in line with our pagers. Now we're looking at a 23,000, which is a big increase in your operation for radios and pagers. The new software is now, so that's 25,000. Oh, now we're getting it's just that I'm trying to identify how we can maybe release. So I put the asterisk and see where we end up, and then and last is when it comes to generators, I know for fire service, you can't get a grant to buy a fire truck, but when it comes to emergency planning and stuff, and Pierre be good for that, to possibly getting a generator. And if we can get some funding for it, where we're only paying 3 instead of 18, and get some or half, it's just, that's the kind of stuff that I like to see, versus just saying we need one and then we full shot for.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree. The generator for Avonmore was on the list, but because of the cost involved at the municipal office, we went, and there's only a $50,000 application. I did do the grant application for the generator, and it went to the municipal office this year because it was a higher priority. And as for the radio and communications, we did have the team come in, and I've spoken to my counterparts and all of them. Nobody has had maintenance, and they're paying thousands and hundreds of thousands in replenishing and replacing equipment that wasn't maintained because it was an oversight on everybody's part. We had ant nests, we had mouse nests, we had everything in our equipment. Some of it was corroded already, and it's just been installed a few years ago. So that increase is a huge increase, yes, but again, I'm looking at the long-term preventative maintenance of our equipment, so we don't have to have that capital cost in the future. It's high cost to maintain in some areas, but it is an expertise field. I did look into, as per the recommendation of your ask, to do 1 visit instead of 2, and it was only a $2,000 saving, hence why I left it there.
Okay, what's the thought? Oh, I'm only speaking here, Councillor Bajelli.
I've highlighted lines too, but I don't think we're in the best position, obviously, to dictate where savings can be made. It is just, as you mentioned, it is upping in almost every area. So I would leave it obviously to the fire chief's discretion of just kind of going through where there could be, historically looking over the past years, what we have spent, where we're going to try to find some of those savings. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, memberships, radio, software, you know, the rest, the maintenance on the rescue vehicles. You could, I think you're in the best position to go through to find some trimmings to try to kind of mitigate what we are seeing of this ever increasing angle.
And for the record, whenever, like I said, I was on the fire department, you went for many years, we would come to council, oh, we'd like this, and it was a point blank. No, we turn around with our tail between our legs. We go back and just times have changed. I agree with that, but at the same time, it comes a point where how can we just tighten up the belt and take, and I understand a lot of this stuff is requirements, but other stuff that we're so and I'm working slowly, learning and stuff, but at the same time, so if we can, so right now I've got 18 set aside, and maybe possibly next year or over this year, if we can look at possibly getting funding to get a gens at the Avamore, perfect, then we jump on board and get it. But that's my thoughts, and I'll just see nods of heads if what the rest of.
Again, I don't disagree with Councilor saying it's tough to pick and choose, but I think the generator is one thing where we can say, let's look at it next year. If you, and ideally we can find, if we're not tapping into the grant next year because we're using it this year, then we'll use it next year to get that. So the generator seems like a quick one, quick easy one to turn off. You know, it encourages. If we can trim other areas, because we look at the rescue maintenance, 14,000, suppression equipment, 10,000. We look at the actual history spend. It's quite different from what we're projecting.
And again, with the grant funding, we get the extractor machines and stuff. So it's not like we're leaving you behind. We're
No, I am.
guys, and so let's move along. So any other?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I did make, or I don't know if we or I should say, I did make some recommendations to enable some reduction in the capital process. And I don't know if that's been presented or not, or if I missed that portion.
Okay, maybe I know, I
know you're, I know,
but,
okay.
Through the chair, there was an itemized list of suggested reductions that council was provided, and those were embedded in that list. I believe it's on the screen right now.
We should just have all of those right now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and through the chair, we can certainly go through those itemized lists just for public transparency. It is available on the website too, because it was part of the package.
Through the chair, do you want this brought forward as the cuts that were suggested?
Pardon?
Do you want this brought forward as the cuts that were suggested? I believe all council.
Print them, so I have them.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, there was some added in the interim, but one of the big ones that should be taken into account in all departments is the cost of insurance. It has like a $30,000 implication, so that will be coming off all the various departments. So that's almost a 1% right there. It's not embedded in the documents you have because we just changed.
Well, this is where I feel that a second draft will be, which I think we can cover in on our Tuesday night meeting, but is something that I think will play the part where you can work with staff, our recommendation, what you have, and then come up with
Certainly.
what kind of a number we're looking. Does council agree? So this brings us to the end of fire. So everybody good to move on to?
Yes.
Next. Andre with the building department. So I think some of them just for the rest of council, so, and Kim will kind of, I had concerns in regards to, it appears that we're putting 81,000 from our reserve. So the reserve started at 127. We're taking 81. We would be left with 46, I believe. I don't have it in front of me. And that money we have instilled in the full recovery, and we're working. The thing that Kim, maybe I'll let you explain the fact that about the 2024 hasn't been.
Mr. Mayor, the 61,000 transferred to reserves was basically to balance that budget. We haven't transferred money yet.
Sorry, Kim, it was 81 that you had.
No, for 2024.
2024, yes, okay.
Was 61,000. And if you look at the reserve numbers, it took into account the minus 61,000 out of that reserve. As it turns out, as of January 7th, I ran the variance report, and actually there was like $207,000 worth of revenues that were created without transferring that reserve. So as of January 7th, and like I said, it takes till the end of January before I can finalize these numbers better. But as of January 7th, there's only $6,000 we're short. So we're not taking 61,000 out of reserves for 2024. It will only be 6. So we're getting very close to being 100% cost recovery for 2024. The 81 is put into the 2025 budget as a plug, basically, to make it balance. It's not necessarily saying it's going to be 81, but it has to balance to 0.
Well, it's all based on the reserve balance. So if we had 120, or after taking out 60, we had 127. When we only take out 6, we should be at 50-some thousand more. So we should be at 177, taking out the 81 this
Correct.
year. So it's a balance of every year when we.
Correct, but
safe to
it's
say
getting
that
close.
We're only, or less than 20,000 shy of meeting our expectation. I'm on first name basis.
Is driven by an increase in revenue. Oh, someone, okay, perfect. Is driven by an increase in building permit revenue. Are you comfortable to increase your projected revenue for 2025?
I'll let the CBO talk to that.
Every year, it's like a wave. It depends on the interest. The interest is going lower, so the demand is higher. If the interest starts going back up, the demand is lower. You never know per year how it goes.
You know that you have, obviously, you know the work that's ahead for Chrysler and all these homes. I mean, gosh, there's 12 homes up already in like 2 months. So we know we have some permits coming in. Assuming you guys have made all those calculations, it just seems that.
Like, we have other construction, of course, around the township, but I can't just rely on Chrysler, so.
No, I know, but it's just the
And yeah,
abnormal number.
he already has 4 semis in Moose Street not sold, so he has that on his shoulder too, so.
Yeah, but I think if I may, I guess what we're saying is for council to guess, we are 10 steps away from you to guess at what that number is. And we realize that it may not be an accurate guess. But the thing that made me really nervous when I looked at, we had to draw, if this was what it accurate as a face value, we had to pull out $81,000. Next year we'd be depleted. We couldn't afford to have a CBO. We'd have to look at drastic measures, say, how do we stretch our CBO, share our CBO across municipalities or something like that? We don't want to do that. So if we have a better sense to how to smooth the curve, I think that's all we're asking for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, like if those, I get that it's always a guess. I really do get that, but the way it's set up is not great. You know, pulling 80.
Guess.
Yeah. Anyway.
Just for taxation can cover, like, it's not like water sewer where they're on their own entity. If we're short, so we have reserve, but if we don't have reserve, it just comes out of taxation to actually cover our CBO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It will come out of taxation or it'll be taking out of, we could take it out of the working reserves to cover it.
Which in the
the-
end is tax, is.
Yeah,
our
right.
tax dollar.
The perfect game is that it's self-sustained, but a lot of these functions have to be subsidized in order to continue.
And I think the fact that there's potential with development possibly
Yeah.
happening in Finch,
Finch
Chrysler,
also.
I think they're gonna move, like they're eager and I think they're going aggressive. So I'm confident that we will be,
And there'll be two more developer also, just not one, so.
Yeah.
That'll help.
and go ahead.
You've also got a report following this for fees and charges. You know that you intend to increase the fees, and I hope that that's gonna really help. And I assume that that increase in fees is sort of factored into your fee revenue. Like, assuming that.
So we increase the fees like each year so that we don't make a big jump. Like if we don't increase it for a few years, then we make a big jump. So we tend to go gradual. Yearly with the CPI in there.
Across municipalities, sometimes this category needs to be supplemented. And I think that's perfectly fine, but there will be a threshold, right? If you get to the point where we're subsidizing it by 50%, the model has to change to make it sustainable. So that's really what I guess is the further ahead we can get on that, the easier we can build a plan to kind of make sure that we're
And I'm not quite aware, but is the development charges help out the building department?
No.
Not at all. Zero. Okay. Okay. Last question is, Andre, my memory, because I thought it was 2023, but did G&E Reno not build out phase 2 of Saca subdivision in 2023, where I believe they did like almost 20 houses,
All that street there, yeah.
but we only pulled in 136,000 in permits with those 20
I believe
houses.
so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's when the interest was starting getting higher there. So
the wages, does that include the admin assistant as well?
Yeah.
To some degree, 100% or half of? 100%. It's 100% now. Okay. And again, I guess to relieve some pressure if we find there's not enough work. The work could be that. I guess it's kind of move. If we're going to make the money, if we're going to get the building permits, I think we're all fine. And there's plenty of work. If there's not enough work, how do we react? Is the question. We reduce the cost.
Okay, so we're more on revenues, any questions on expenses? All good, moving on to bylaw and animal control. Can we remove dog tags from there? I think we're done with dog tags. Yeah.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
I'll let the treasurer say, but I was told previously that we couldn't erase the line after it hasn't been used over a certain amount of years, but I will leave the department to tell you that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only reason that is still showing on there is because it still has a budget and actual figures for comparative values. That's the only reason. I can take it off for 2026. It's not a problem.
And then in revenues, as far as bylaw fines, did we not act on a few of them where we do the work and it goes, is that not fines or is that just? Because I mean, if we have to spend our admin time and deal with the situation, to me, they should incur some kind of fine just to cover our costs. But I see there's no line, it's zeros across the board. Craig maybe can.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question. Sorry, Marilyn.
So have we dealt with any, like say for a clean yard bylaw or for anything in regards to bylaw, have we, if we've dealt with some individuals and they're not
Not
Compliant.
compliance.
and we deal with them, and have we done where we actually did some work, or has it always been dealt with beforehand? I'm just saying, there was never a issue by any bylaw over the last 3-4 years, like it's.
Well, clients, if it's exterior waste or property standards, you give them a notice or an order to comply with deadline. If they don't meet that, we have the capacity to go in and do the work and charge back. And you can charge them for failing to comply with the notice and or an order. I don't.
And
Nancy Ann, have
should
you-
we, when we do that, a fine is basically to say, don't do it again because you're gonna.
It's a deterrent. It's supposed
So
to be.
when we do that, is there a area in that we can actually put our fine consumption in there for the admin and dealing with it? No.
No. So if you're charged with whether it's HTA or a bylaw infraction and you pay that fine, it goes to the POA court. It doesn't come into the township coffers.
We're changing, we are looking at changing for the parking fees, right, where it'll come to the office instead. And that'll be coming to council in 2025, sir, with the new parking bylaw.
Training material, training courses, material supplies, and then the software all in the middle. Can you comment on those? 33,000 for training courses, 3,000 for material supplies. I'm just looking at the historical spend and then the software purchase.
Reckon.
Software. The software is what we've used in the past. Billed to another department, and now it's being worked appropriately. So by looking, we're dividing it for going to a strategic plan that we've incorporated in our department as well. So the treasury department has been dividing up into proper sectors of where the money has been spent in general governance. So there's a more transparency to the department.
And what does the software do for this
We
department?
have the complaint system that's online now that people can file a complaint. And then we can proactively track all of the complaints and for every department now. So we've merged all our software and hopefully.
Consistency.
Do we get many complaints through that portal?
The new portal has just been established in January. But we used to in the past.
Any further questions? Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If you'll notice under general government, I think we spent 115,000 on software. This year's budget's only 70, because what's happened is we've put them where they belong. So we've divided it up, put it to bylaw, put it to fire, put it to public works, put it to where it belongs. Also in that total, there was computer purchases of roughly $10,000, which don't belong really under software, but that $10,000 has now been incorporated under general government for computer purchases, so that we have an annual replacement of those older units that need to take place. So basically, we've just shifted numbers to where they should be versus where they were in the past.
When you do that, then for next year's budget, all of the history will be realigned. It'll just be this year and next year, right?
No, we have a listing of when the computer was purchased, when it should be replaced, and things like, we do have a schedule.
No, I just mean in the report. So right now, 2023, I can't look back and see any comparative history because it's all in there. It's readjusted.
Correct.
So when we make a move like this, it always look back on the history for the short term.
Yes and no, but you're also providing more realistic spending by department, and that's very important for your financial information return and things like that. So it should be aligned to where it should be. I know it kind of skews history, but
Moving forward, we'll catch up, but moving backwards, if you showed that you had 112 and now you're at 40, without knowing that it was divided amongst all then we think that, hey, Kim has really done great. And so did you adjust those numbers?
for you, Mr. Mayor, I created a document that has not, I haven't found in the past. And I have a list, so anybody in the future can look and go, oh, that's what you did.
Perfect. I think we can move on to Public Works. So Blake, I'll start the aggregate. It shows where we budgeted 245 last year, 345. But And then the year before 180, but we've only like 31 this year. Is it just because it hasn't been finalized on the ledger, Kim?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a journal entry made for that budget line because we are accepting it late. So actually, we were expecting to get 180, and I guess we got 150. It has to do with the journal entry. It's not a deficit. It's just the way it's been recorded in a previous year. And then for moving forward, that grant has been, it's not what we're going to get.
But these aren't grants. These are the aggregates that we get from the quarries. So
It's a grant.
No, no, it's an actual percentage of what's being
You're right,
extracted.
It's a torque fee that every pit quarry has to pay. If the problem is if they pay, they don't have to pay all the time. They can let it lapse, and the torque is after them to make their payments. But basically, it works on per ton, and it has gone up again. So it's a matter of how much is extracted through pits and quarries in North Stormont Township.
So if you look at budget for 2024, where we had allocated 345,000, and so far the actuals that we received 31,000. Is that, and now we're going to 245 for this year. Is investment gonna take care of itself, or is that we're crossing our fingers?
No, this year's the first year that I have contacts with the ministry that they won't release the numbers that should be given out. The 335, the 345 was the numbers that we got. How we get that transferred to us is finance. Yeah, but if we didn't get our portions, I don't know why, be honest.
So can finance, like, say that we only got 30,000 instead of 345,000, is that? Oh, I never even.
Has to do with, go ahead, please. My understanding is that a year end.
So, but should we not have received a payment from the year before in September that should be shown? Okay. 3. Okay. I got you. Okay. So maybe just to keep track, because
So we over-reported in 2023 and we're adjusting it for 2024. So add those up and divide it by 2. Yeah.
okay, any sorry. Blake, go ahead.
Like I mentioned before, or through the mayor, mentioned before, if people don't pay, sometimes we'll get more than what we're supposed to get in whatever year that they pay into torque. We would get subsidized back from previous years, because through COVID, it was pretty well dropped right off where people wasn't paying in. And I mean, I know everything dropped down in the COVID era, but it will work out if they owe the money and it's out of our pits, quarries in our township, we'll get that money unless they go bankrupt. So.
What that implies to me anyhow is what we should do is just put in what we think the average year should yield, whether it comes regardless, like forget about all the amount of time and effort and the stuff that it takes to actually pay. Do we think we're gonna get $245,000 eventually for 2025?
Yes, basically, the two main givers of our revenue is the two main big quarries in the township. And I know that what their volume was basically throughout the year. So you put our percentage on what they have to pay into torque fees that we're gonna get.
So that
Small-
money's collected by the province and then we get it from them, is it, am I
Yes.
correct? Any questions? I've got one here on Omer's. We've like I see where the actuals are in the 50 range and we are going in the 70 range for budget. Is that, or Kim, can you?
Sorry, one of the things for that is a full-time position that was slated for the Public Works Assistant.
So has it been 2 years in a row that we are reducing? Because in 2023, we're only in the 50s, same, but we're always budgeting in the 70s.
Sorry, that also some of those numbers have to do with people on disability. They don't pay into it. But right now we've added a full-time staff person, so based on the numbers we have in the CPP and EI, the salary whole budget, that's what's been calculated as what it's going to cost us.
But that's a 50% increase for adding one person out of however many are in public works. How many people are in public works? It's 7,000 versus the actual.
11.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
We count downstairs.
Okay. So my thing is, it's a number that's, so if it can be adjusted, have a look and see and do your thing, but that's not something I think that depends on payroll. And so I just, sometimes it might catch something and say, oh, wait a minute. And then you can complement to our cause for today. One thing I'd like to state, so there's a whole bunch, I think we got 4 pages on making sure with all this that the line items are properly utilized. I think Kim made that comment at December's meeting, just to, if you look at when you talk about year end not being done, if you do have $350,000 surplus, it's to make sure that you're not just pulling from one to the other and everything's all good, but it makes it harder for council to be aware where the issues were, where the surpluses were, and understanding better, because it is a big department to try to follow. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's very important for people to charge things where they need to be charged. If you're still going to be over budget, it's explainable. But if you're over budget in one line because that's where it should be and you're under budget in the following line, then for your budget next year, you move it from where you don't need it to where you do need it. And then it doesn't have any tax implication and it's very transparent.
with that said, the reason I'm saying that, Blake, is if you look throughout, I've got little arrows as I'm moving along, but under bridges and culvert for material supply, you've got 40 budget, you use 10, 40 budget, you use 21, you still have 40. Moving down, you've got 10 budget for catch basin, but you use 3 and 3. As you move on, you can escalate and have a fair number because of the amount of pages that we've got here that are just add here, add there, but it becomes a big add. And if we're not going to use it, the fact that it goes back to that darn working reserve and then you lose track is what I'm trying. So can you add to that?
Yes. Some of the items, I did, unless you want to sit down and talk specific about certain ones. We basically, when you say the material and supplies, we on culverts, you can basically blow that kind of money in no time at all with a couple of failures. And
Or not load it or not touch it at all.
yeah, but I always budget, and I think I gave notes to Kim saying that in certain areas, like this year, I had no money to actually reinstate asphalt on a culvert replacement. Would I put it in this year and put in, because if you do anything on a paved road and you don't have the money to repave it, we can replace the culvert, we can do the granulars, but another cost is the asphalt or whatever we have to do to reinstate it. So I think I have 2 or 3 that I put on this year just to catch up from last year. So I can honestly say now that we have Bethany on board, we can give a lot better detailed reports on what we actually do. And in this instance here, I always said for years that if I have no money at all in that budget, and if you have something that you have to spend money on, I have to come back to council to get money to actually do certain items. And I know with council talking to other councillors that they look at what we spend on our public works besides the salary, we're really low. So
No, and I understand that. The only thing is if you put it here, there, and then you get where I always use the phrase, if you need a furnace and it's -20 outside, well, go get the furnace because we can't, so that's fine. But I'd like to know that it went for a furnace. But if you pull that furnace out of training or pulling it out of outdoor, like clothing, then we don't know. And that's the part where we need to know where the deficiencies are.
Kim used me as an example. I don't do that, Frank. And what I explained to Kim, basically some of the granular stuff that we do, I can get a bill for how many items. Some could be in the sidewalk, some could be on a culvert, somebody on this and that. If it's you say $100 or $200, I don't think it's feasible for finance to break every little bill up on a $30,000 bill, where I try to use it. It's going in there, but to break it all down, it's a lot of work for finance to code it all, put it all in place. And I've been doing that for years, where basically we know where it goes. The bills are in the office. It shows where it goes. Like if I do a culvert, it's designated to that culvert and all that. So.
Well, I understand. With Bethany, maybe it'll be easier for you because you're not, I'm sure it was not simple for you to, but again, I'm looking at us trying to analyze, and it's many hours that I spent.
Well, yeah, and I have a question after this, but just one example was, again, not to belabor the point, but the $75,000 that we used to pave the Avonmore Fire Department. To me, it felt like it was money we didn't need to spend. That's the way I heard it anyhow. So we took it out of the asphalt, but now we're coming back this year asking for, and we took out of $150,000 budget last year, 75,000. And I thought I brought it up at the time to say, this is really a budget decision that we're making to pave it, unless you don't need that money for asphalt. But then we come back and we need the full 150 again. So it feels like we've made a budget decision last year based on the fact that we still have work to be done. I just can't fit it in this year. And that's kind of how it felt. And I guess that's all, when all the parts are moving like that, that's how I feel it can be difficult to follow the money trail, if you will.
I'm very open. It wasn't, I think we did the fire hall for 25.
Yeah.
And with the ambulance there and the maintenance and the water ponding, if you know what I get from the ambulance or the
I drive in there all the time.
paramedics, I mean, if the water don't come out because they didn't turn the tap on, they call me. So, but anyway, not to insult, but basically, yes. And the big picture, like when we get going there, 150,000 for asphalt overlay is not even getting close. Like you should be spending most likely 400,000 a year to maintain all these asphalt roads, especially when you got villages, you got water and sewer, catch basins, you got all this stuff. What the asphalt price is not like what the counties get to, well, you would see some of that, but get to do so much asphalt. It most likely might be 1.5 or more times the price to work around valves, boxes and all this stuff and adjustments, whatever. So that we do have enough and it is in the road needs study to maintain this. So, but with a full-time assistant, I'm sure we can fulfill whatever questions council would have in the future.
My other question, I guess, was page 5, the parts miscellaneous inventory items for $200,000. Can you talk a little bit about that? We've only spent 35,000 last year and 10,000 the previous
Maybe
year.
Kim can talk about that as I usually.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If you take a look at the previous line items, there, it starts on 1,433,000, 4,000 on the bottom of page 3. It has a 0 budget for all of those items, but they're charged to the appropriate vehicle or piece of equipment. But to break it up under all those line items, we don't know what's going to happen to those. So the total budget is the 200,000, but the total actuals are all the above.
So is the
Cases.
35, what, like, so to me, you can add up all those and at
Yes.
least get
Yes,
a comparable of our
Yes.
200 and what it actually cost us.
yes.
So.
I haven't done that, but yes, I
that's the
can.
part-
That's the way
the
to.
part I think that that would be understanding where we
Yeah,
stand
yeah.
with what we budgeted versus.
I can get that for you.
Yeah, I it looks like it's at least 200,000.
Okay.
Blake, so in regards to calcium and there's a comment in there saying about complaints and I understand that, but what's 50,000 of calcium suppression give us? Like, does that do?
50,000, we spent, so wait, 9,000 a load. It gives us maybe 4.5 loads. So we can do, 19.2 at 3 tons to the mile for a load. So multiply that by say 4. So you're talking 80 kilometers of road. If we have to
So
reapply.
50,000 will reapply one.
No, just 80 kilometers. If you did it at 3 tons a mile.
So 50,000 covers 80 kilometers of gravel roads. So are we, like, I mean, is there complaints all over? I know like Fraser had it with the 417. Is there complaints all over? Are we maintaining a?
Well, the way calcium works and gravel roads work, it depends on the season, depends on the weather of the season. Last year we had the application put on and I believe June was really wet. And what happens is with traffic and wetness, it dilutes the calcium, actually is a bond on the very top of the gravel. So it dilutes that and runs it to the side, or traffic picks it up and takes away. So
you're comfortable 50 is?
well,
that-
yes, because we actually went out and water truck and did roads because we didn't have any money to actually apply more calcium. There's a liability there where, I mean, for years, people would ask me about the dust problems and this and that. We had some roads that we talked about before with, I bet there was a dead end road a couple of years ago about making sure we have, relieve the dust. And it all depends on traffic, weather, and how it sustains on the top of the road. So it's not like I want to spend more money, but I want council to know that,
You're
I don't
putting
want
insurance on it,
Yeah.
having if the error, if.
if you have more flexibility if you guys are, I should say you as council has a concern in the road, I know that it should be applied more applied, because if you get a haul route on one road in a wet day, you're gonna lose a lot of calcium. Like bypassing 138 with an accident, use Gravel Hill Road. They're not supposed to, but it happens. And it just pounds the road and
I
It
just
is-
don't want, I just don't want, if you put more on one road, then what happens, the next guy over says, hey,
No.
I've got dust, and I don't want to start where we're now applying third pass everywhere in the township and just increasing costs.
No, no,
So
no,
it's
no,
gonna be
no.
used for,
it's going to be justified if something happens to the road and the CEO and council is gonna know that with the new complaint system that if we're going just being innovative with complaints and I know the road is friggin' dusty, you know, in theory, what do we do?
good. Any last questions on roads?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just so you're aware, the parts inventory, that budget of 200,000 actuals are coming in as of today of 190,000, so in total.
Okay, moving on to waste management.
Through the chair, could I?
Did you want to maybe just bring forward the,
Correct. I was just going to start the conversation regarding solid waste. It was already touched on earlier. Staff would like to get council endorsement to at least start exploring the opportunity to outsource garbage pickup. We did have external garbage pickup by Hume 2 years ago, I believe it was. Blake? And then, of course, we reverted back to internal garbage pickup. As per my email to council, the difficulty in retaining and attracting solid waste staff does pose challenges. It also increases our reputational risk with our community because garbage is a very sensitive topic for our community. When we have shortfalls in those resources, those limited resources for solid waste, we have to, it does affect our pickup times, which does increase our complaint volume at this office. But it also requires Public Works Management to pull other resources that are doing other projects to fill in for these solid waste staff. The increased costs for our vehicles and our maintenance is also a factor. We've gotten an initial very high level quote of around 360,000 estimate. Of course, we still have to go out to the tender process to identify the actual true costs. But the costs that we are incurring internally are about 230,000 a year, 324,000. And I think that's a conservative estimate. And that's the CAO's opinion.
that's what in 24, because I see here we're budgeting just shy of 400 for us to do it in-house in 2025. We're at 393. And that's with half the wage because of, I think was recycling involved in this. So we're not that far off as far as looking at the.
And again, this would just be an exploratory endeavor. We would put out a formal tender. We would secure bids, and of course, a formal report would come to council, so we could, or council does have the opportunity to compare the costs with internal solid waste collection and external solid waste collection. But the CAO strongly encourages council to at least provide us with that opportunity to explore the opportunity to go to a independent contractor as opposed to internally.
Through the mayor, it's just like some of our projects we do in Public Works. In here is not documented fully of the exact costs, because if we draw someone from the Public Works to do the garbage, to operate and collect the garbage, it's not changed in their paycheck. Is that right? Well, some do, but most of them, they just stay right in. Whenever we designate someone, they put that in. But whenever somebody don't show up, I have to take Public Works out, it's not in there. Fuel is in the general budget for Public Works. And replacement value for equipment is basically like I said, our 2022 is basically right now is about half wore out. But the cost of a new waste truck would be, I think it's in the email that CEO passed out about, what did they put, 350 or so? So you have to look at
And that's
the
coming due-
calculation.
That's coming due in 2027, I believe.
Yeah, but that's, you have to, as in doing a budget and doing a evaluation and tendering, why we took back the waste management after we did a semi with Hume's Waste was, we did go to tender then. And it was more attractive for us to do it at council at the time than to accept the higher bid. So and the main goal here is staffing, equipment prices going up. But I will tell you, back when we took this over, we did a study, and was 50% of all complaints came in was garbage. That was a big drawback. The council then said we had full control if we have our guy out there. They can't do things that individual drivers can do. Lots of times it's not the company, it's the person who is collecting it that does stuff that really gets the ratepayers upset or leave stuff or whatever. So that was a big goal whenever we did take it on in 2004 to actually have full control, because to provide a better service to the residents.
Well, I think it's worth a review to have a look. Numbers are there, and just on a quick note before we move on to the rec. So recycling started. My wife called me last night to complain. She goes, "Yeah, give Blake a call. My recycling's not picked up." Anyways, they came around close to 6 o'clock at night, and I was just at the road with my truck talking on the phone, and I was gonna bring my recycling back in the garage because it was windy and everything was. So a truck came by while I was on the phone at the road. The poor guy was running on the back of the truck, and then pick up. So who, I don't think I seen anything on the truck. So who is responsible to pick up? Who's the contractor?
The contractor in Terra, being this is a public, they subcontracted out to the person we have, because the way the system works, they don't get the direct calls. So I don't want to publicize who's doing it, but Interra has a 888 number that call for complaints. There's a lot of roads was never picked up yesterday. They come back today to pick up the rest of the recycling.
Anyway, there's growing pains, I guess. But are we still, I'm sure we're getting, did Bethany or Carol get tons of calls yesterday? I can imagine the transition's gonna take time, so hopefully we can relate a proper message to our residents and get that. Anyways, call back my wife when you have time. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I know. And again, I think I forwarded one of the same complaints as well from that. But regarding looking at, I'm agreeable to looking at it, but I think it is one less degree of control that we have over the process if we do outsource it. And as you said, it doesn't matter who's actually doing the work. You guys are going to get the calls. So if you want, one of the things we'll have to consider is, do we want to be held accountable for somebody else's level of service? And the other thing too is that my assumption, and I think whether we talked about this or whatever, is if we get out of the business, I'd love to clean up the debt that we still have on it. So we sell the trucks, clean up the debt, maybe take some of that money and apply it to savings. But what that also means is that if we change our mind in the future, it's gonna be very expensive to get back into the business again. And that's one other thing we'll have to, because I think when we made the transition the last time, we were still doing recycling. So we kind of had some equipment that we could trade back and forth to lessen the transitional blow, but it'll be an important decision because if we go out, we're out. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be pretty expensive to get back in again into the business.
To the mayor, I would say basically, it might feel like more expensive to get back in, but basically that's whenever we started out in 04, we had to start out that way. And that's any contractor comes on to take on the job, he's going to start out that way. He's going to put the money out for the equipment, put the money out for salaries, put the money out. And I support the Craig with times have changed. The younger staff has a different attitude about working. And lately, in the last number of years, it's hard to keep retaining a staff on that job. So.
And the issues as well as when we do not have the support, then we're turning to our public works.
Yeah.
And some of our public works are not at the age, their job duty is not to go stand in the back of a truck. And it makes it hard and then you don't want to deplete that side of things because you're trying to complement the waste. So definitely, I think there's value in at least looking and seeing what we are comparing with, and then from there, we'll make that decision. Until that time, we carry on as usual and we'll work out.
And through the chair, we will try and ensure that this is done in a very timely manner. And I have an expectation that we can bring forward a report for January 28th. So we can provide council with that opportunity to review what those options are and if they're favorable.
Thank you. Moving on to our Recreation Association, first page of revenues. Sorry. I believe you can, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. So looking at revenues for the Rex. Any questions on page 1? So I see here, Pierre, for provincial grants for Moose Creek at 40, Chrysler at 28, I believe is the dock. The 40, is that part of the generator, 50% of the gen? Finch has the 200, so that's self-explanatory. And boom. And I seen that the 25, so I thought I'd found 10 grand. So at 25, so we moved 10,000 from the arena library or the library in Finch, which is tied to the arena, so that we took that lease agreement and moved it to the arena. So I was sure I had found a 10,000 there, but I found it later. So, so moving on to page 2, going into expenses. Go ahead.
Couple of questions. The playground maintenance, is that just the usual fixing the playground equipment and safety surround? Okay, correct. And the insurance, 65,747. What does that cover? Like what does it cover all of the events that are being held by the rec groups? Or is this for other insurance, like building insurance, or what does it cover? You know?
That'll be our main, and through the chair, that'll be our main policy for all the recreation. We do have a small policy called LCIS, where we're charging an annual fee per use of rentals, which is reinvoiced back to each recreation. So that little portion of LCIS, it's an in and out. This recreation will pay their portion. But no, that's our main insurance for all our recreation, which includes our liability and all the other events and.
So is there a line for the portion that we bill back? Is there a line in revenue for the portion that we bill back? I couldn't spot it.
This, through the chair, this is the first year we're doing this.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where an accurate estimation on what we're going to recoup.
Yes, the portion that was decided at the last ARC meeting on December 22nd, 2024 is it'll be a 60, I think it's 50-50, where the arena will cover 50% of the LCIS liability and recreation will divide the other 50%. And so you're locking about $2,400 each side. It's about a $4,000 policy. That's small. It's a small liability policy that protects our municipal policy. That's what it actually, that's all it does for every rental. So it's mandatory for every rental as much as ICE or facility rentals that people have to have that small liability. It protects the municipality.
Okay, so this insurance line here, the 65,000, is something different than the insurance that okay. Because at one point, again, like I wondered to myself, for all the recreation facilities, and I don't think this includes the arena, right? But for all the recreation facilities, the reason we have insurance is to insure the people who are using the building, generally speaking. Is that accurate or?
Well, the insurance or property itself, it's facility itself, fire, theft,
Okay.
plus liability for volunteers and.
Yeah, and where I guess I'm heading, just from a rec council perspective, or rec committee perspective, where I'm heading with this is, I know that we probably need to relook at the arrangement. We have the ARC agreement. I think the ARC agreement that we have right now is way better than the nothing that we had before. But as we go forward, what I'd like to do is say the things that are supporting the services provided, the costs that go in that maybe need to be a part of the equation. So maybe that's a discussion for later this year rather than in the budget here. It's just more of a heads up. I think it's getting to be time for us to evolve into the next generation of the ARC agreement this year, especially since you're in place and good stuff is happening. It'd be great to see that discussion happen this year. But anyhow, I don't think it affects the budgets for the moment.
Just out of interest, so it's divided, the 65 is for rec. What is our total insurance cost for the municipality? Yeah, just off the top of my head, I'm just curious to see, are we?
With fire, theft, roads,
For rec only or just
Total, just
township is.
Got it.
240,000.
that covers our liability for the township.
That's a township.
And again, through the chair, the treasurer had been carving up that total to the applicable departments, which we weren't doing before. I think that's.
So I get it goes on claims and all this stuff, but I won't mention name, but I know of other municipalities that are sitting at 900 and some. So you can imagine
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the items that with the change in carrier, we're actually saving money. So that has not been incorporated to the budget yet, but it will.
and when we change our benefit carrier, we'll save money. Okay, so moving, where am I here? So this still on page 1 of any further questions? That's the big thing. There's less.
Mhm.
I got just a couple of questions about it. So the various records, you notice the internet charge on each one is different across the board. Now being that these aren't, it's not a municipal hall, right? It's just having Wi-Fi access in these buildings. It is something that we might want to explore, having that streamlined across all rec centers, especially with the expansions of the Rogers towers and things like that, that we could be using the Wi-Fi bandwidth for a much cheaper rate, have that consolidated across the system.
Hi, to the chair. We are currently getting a very, very good rate with our current provider because they're using some of our sites to install our equipment. So some of these groups are paying very minimal fees on a monthly basis. And I would believe that, I say 95% of them are with the same carrier. I think we all are.
Why the big variation?
Some may have like the pools and they have extra equipment. So some, for example, have alarm system. I don't know, there's different equipment and different rates, but the internet itself, I'm going to speak to the internet provider and internet service itself is a very low cost for the entire township.
Maybe it's something that through the chair, something we can definitely check. It's always the minimum.
Yeah.
It should be a standard. If we got 10 gigs, then we would just go to 8 gigs and something goes to 30 gigs to find out why instead of extra that is there. It could be for our system, it could be like, I don't know, Chrysler, there's a link between the center and the cable place. There's a link there. But cable place open how many times a year, so the internet doesn't get used. And there's a link there between both.
I always think it's something good to explore with the ever changing infrastructure in the township with upgrades constantly happening now. You need something just historically we've done a good rates. Availability. Then just, one other question I had there too was the snow removal for Chrysler. Been budgeted now for 3 years at 5,000 for the last few years. There's been zero reporting.
That's
No
true.
actuals.
Through the chair, that's done through internal. It's our own roads department, so they just put a value, what it'd be worth compared to what we were paying before for snow removal. So right now, roads doing all the snow removal for all recreation. So know if this item could be removed.
But why are we charging it? Why are we? It's internal and it's to be done for public works. It should be there, not for admin costs or transfer it over so that it's not, or basically it's coming up with a double charge.
And it could pretty well, through the chair, could pretty well be removed. That's the case for every
Well,
facility.
Are they contracted out through the roads department?
There's only a few recreation, Monkland and Moose Creek that have a third party, snow removal company. The rest is done by the roads department. So maybe the roads department that was still done by the roads could be removed from the equation of the budget.
That's what I'm assuming, it's double charge.
It's an in-kind service is what I would call it.
But why are we,
No, we will have that removed.
So which one are we removing?
5,000 in the Chrysler snow removal.
Monkland and Avamore have been charged. So is it just Moose Creek and Chrysler that,
Moose Creek is a third party.
Moose Creek's a third
No,
party
it's Monkland.
and Avamore has a charge?
More charge. More needs to be removed as well.
Amazon's got a portion of the charge because they gotta do the sidewalks because of their tenants.
And the doctors.
So I'm not sure. Blake's not here to see if it's a third party doing the sidewalks and even more.
Does the road department meet your expectations if you have an event and there's a snowstorm and so have you had to have inquired a third party to help out or no?
From as far as I know, in Chrysler, not, and what it goes good with the system we have is we can tell the roads department what events we have coming up in the next few weeks at a time, so they know if there's an event coming into one of our facilities, they'll be aware that it's gotta be done during that day of the event. So I think once we all join that universal system, it'll be easy for roads department to go and see exactly what's going on in the halls and every day or every weekend and be able to schedule their equipment according to what we got booked.
So if that's the case, because it's as if it's being doubled, so can we take that 5 and just take it off so the roads are doing it and
Take
then we
5 off.
follow it?
Correct. Treasurer has already identified that as a change.
Through the chair, we'll find out for Avonmore if they use a third party to do their sidewalk because of tenants. We know Monkland and Moose Creek are using a third party.
So, page 4, Moose Creek Capital Rec at $80,000. What's that for?
That's a generator that they're,
That's what I was confirming. Okay, so, but what we agreed was that, so we have $40,000 in the revenue line for the,
great.
for the grant. And we agreed that the rest has to be paid by somebody else, so that should not be equal to 80,000, or we need to put another $40,000 up in the revenue line that says money to be. Okay, so that's what we're there. And I guess I would ask the same thing about I don't know about the price or community center capital at 51,000 and then the Finch at 215.
Through the chair, the Chrysler Capital is for the fire panel installation. So that's why it's budgeted last year and the second part of the budget is this year.
Where's the capital charge for the dock?
It was in the capital and it's highlighted as to be fully subsidized. It doesn't come out for revenue. The only thing in the budget they have, Chrysler, I think it's the front door that needs to be repaired and the 2 side doors that needs overhangs for the melting and the water coming into the hall.
So that's being paid for by the $28,000 period.
No,
Or not all of it.
that was in the capital.
It's.
Now we're in operational.
Haven't swap it all in here,
In operational, no, it was showed in capital.
but the generator for, right, or for Moose Creek did, it showed up here, so.
Hold on, it's here somewhere.
It's.
Generators here.
So the 51 is the boat dock, which is at 28, 12 for the overhang and 11 for the doors.
Yeah, so basically the boat dock is a full subsidized grant if they get it. They just wanted to make council aware. and
That's what,
request
there's no alarm. It's just,
Okay, but the expense is only 51, but do we have a revenue loan to offset that?
For the 28,000 through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. For the boat dock, it's in 1,370,80,04,82. There's 28,000 allocated for the boat dock. The generator is coming under 1,377,04,82. Provincial grants, Moose Creek, 40,000.
Yes, so what is, just the bottom line then on the Chrysler thing, what is the difference between 51 and 28,000? That's being.
23.
That's 23, that's to pay for.
The door, the front
The
door.
repairs of the front
And
doors.
the roof overhang on the side.
Thank you. Okay, got it. In the page, I can't remember what we did with that. Did we pay that through something, the $15,000? So we've got, for Finch, we've got the $200,000 in revenue from the Trillium grant.
Correct.
But we have an expense of $215,000.
The 15, we can drop to 5 for the washroom.
We're just gonna make sure we're not talking about the same thing that we brought to council for that 15,000 that was committed on the Trillium grant, right?
The
Or this is
15,000
for-
is for accessible washrooms.
Yeah,
Okay, we're
this
talking
one
about-
we talked.
So
discussed
the
it.
200 is the grant and the 15 is the washroom, which now with what's been done and occupied, you feel that 5
Five would be
cover it,
enough. We could remove 10,000 from there.
and 10 could be.
So can I get some clarity, please, on that?
No. So instead of 15 for the washroom,
Yes,
we feel that we can remove 10, leave 5 to complete that project.
okay,
Then what Steve was mentioning, the 28 is totally
It's self-
on a grant itself, same for the docks.
and what about the generator? What did we,
Moose Creek, you need to do the
revenue line.
You want to add a revenue line for 40 that says donations or something?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
These projects gotta be fully subsidized. It's, to me, it's additional.
Yeah.
It's not,
Add 40,000.
And then the 5, do you have that, Kim, the 5 off for snow and kind?
Yeah, that's off. And then take 5 off of the accessible washings, that'll be capital. 1,479.
Yeah, 10 off.
Sorry, take 10 off.
through the chair, maybe we can find out if Blake comes back in, what exactly recreation that they do. If they do Avonmore and a portion is there for Avonmore snow removal, if there's no third party improved, we can remove that 3,000, right? I'm just not sure where the third party are for,
Yeah.
as far as
I
recreation
see.
with tenants.
There's some funds that are allocated that were taken out of the budgeted
Yeah.
items, but maybe it's a one-off, so.
Building where we have tenants on, usually we have to do the sidewalks and everything for a tenant, so that's why some of them as a third party coming in to do sidewalks and salting.
Any further questions? Done, moving on to. Yeah, the arena.
There we go.
So under revenue, I have, so we're looking at investing or taking 250 as far as revenues. In 2023, we got 247 and we had budgeted 208, so we exceeded. Last year, or 2024, we budgeted 215. We got 268, which is fantastic to see those numbers, because I feel I'm starting to appreciate the numbers I'm seeing, because before, you know, the subsidies is there, but you can't subsidize to the point, so you kind of have to. So is 250, especially the fact that we are looking at increasing the rates for different categories. If we got 268 last year and then increased fees, is it not safe to go, or did John think that that was a one-off year that he really
There was a little bit more rental than usual in 2024 that caused that spike of 18,000. If it goes, it'll be a bonus at the end of 2024. What we gotta realize is this increase in rates and the change, when we explain a little bit, is only gonna affect the second portion of the 2025 season, starting September. We'll see a big full effect of this change in
the rates won't take effect
2026.
for the spring?
No, because these people already booked the ice, so we can't just, we decide to do a change in rates. The rates will take effect any ice time after June. Once we close down, we start back in August, so we only get half of the change of rates. So that's why I was conservative a little bit, to be realistic that it's only half. 2026, we should see a full year of change of rates and.
Yeah.
So based on that, you're projecting, if I remember right, $48,000 of new revenue that because of the adjustments you're making annually?
It's new revenue, yes. It reduces our debt by 47,000. So if I looked at the numbers we had in 2024 of rental, I took the cost we had in 2023, because 2024 invoices are not all in. I divided that by the amount of hours we're open and the amount of hours we rented, and it gave me a price per hour for every hour to open compared to every hour which were rented. Where we're renting the ice at 144. So our bottom revenue for 2024 was 107. Our loss was 107. 845 for the year. Now with this new categories and new price of changes, our debt will be only 60,282. So we would be saving, with the same amount of hours rented, would be saving $47,000 a year in our compared to our debt.
So I guess where I'm headed is, I want to try to grab $10,000 off you for all this great work into next year's budget. Do I put it in revenue or do I take it off expense?
It's a good one.
Well, I'll add to that while you're thinking. So right now, if you look at just further down the line, the last digit is 0725. I feel that we can maybe start looking and implementing something, the 00. I don't like to see, so come 2025, work on it. So maybe it's gonna fall in with year end of like the second half, but advertising and getting a good program going. I think you're well aware of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it could build on increasing our revenues.
Through the chair, you can expect anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 sponsorship a year. Usually some rinks that are more busy, that's got higher caliber hockey, it has more sponsorship. But I think some of them are expired already. So John sent me the list and we're gonna go through in the new year coming up and see how we can go and get more sponsorship. And I'd like to see sponsorship on boards and on the ice, and it's.
And
do something
and
that's-
my thoughts on this is a lot of time, we're North Vermont. If you look at the Chrysler Home Hardware, Mark is probably bombarded by people coming over to say, hey, can you support this? Can you support that? It's very, what's our community comprised of is not farmers. I call it corporations, but I mean, it's something to reach out to these bigger farmers, like not just bigger, every farmer now is big. And to say, hey, supporting your local community, put whatever bin laundry farm, but it's something $500, but you're gonna get the donations, and it's just, I think, community oriented, but it's to get a program, and I know I have a good guy that I think can make it happen. So it's something just to, I don't want to put a number this year, but let's work at adding something there.
And that's right through the chair. I didn't put a number. I have a plan in place where things are gonna change, and we'll see the numbers when it comes out that, so it's hard to predict until we get everything in place.
Good. Any move into expenses? Any comments or discussions? Is there gonna be any implication, like as far as the what's happening with staff at the arena? Do we know, like, could this alter somewhat?
Through the chair, that's to be determined.
And I don't think
There's no-
it would be enough to make a big change. It's not like it's a.
There's four staff are implicated or impacted. So I would assume that the compensation, if there is a shift, would be negligible.
Good with the arena?
Just a quick question on the page 1 near the bottom, the loan payments and transfer principal payment to. I just didn't understand what we do. So in the past years, we've had about $72,000 in and out. And there's $70,000 in and out the previous years. How does that affect? Because we have a $72,000 listed in the expense, but we don't kind of have the out, the minus here projected. See what I mean? So if we go to, 3250,
Right below.
Yeah, 3250 and 3251. See on 20-year actuals 2024, we have 72,551 expense, 72,551. I don't think it's revenue.
It's a minus.
Through the chair, it's just simply been moved from one account to another. So the actuals hit, 3250. And the final budget for 2024 was 3250. And the new one has just been moved to 3020 for consistency, because most of our loan payments are under 3020 corporately. So it's still there, it's just in a different place.
But, okay, yeah, so I see it on the 3020. But what I don't see is a negative equivalent to that amount somewhere below it. So, yeah, I'm sure it's just an accounting thing, but so in actuals for 2024, it's like we incurred an expense of 72,000, but then we had a negative expense to kind of zero that expense out.
Okay, let me find.
While Kim is looking, and before we finalize, any other questions for the
You just
arena?
moved it.
Everybody's good?
I'll find the actuals for you.
To the chair, may I suggest we have take a 15-minute break and Kim and Melissa can try and source where that item line is.
Did you want, hold on, did you want to? Cause we can carry on maybe to, as Kim's looking, if there's impacts, we'll stop and make sure she's aware, but so we're getting at the tail end, so let's keep going, and if you, or you can come back on that one, to Steve and, or to us. Yeah, did you need to?
Think you need a washroom break.
You want to break? Oh, well, man, take 5, yeah.
Five?
Yeah.
Thank you very much and welcome back. So before we move on, any further last questions for the arena?
Yes. So first, thank you to Kim for clarifying that other question I had. It was an accounting movings thing, so that's great. The 4,000 arena repairs and maintenance, previous years are around 11 to 13,000. We're asking for 28,000 this year. It seems like a significant increase. Our budget last year was 17. Now we're up to 28,000.
On the bottom, arena repairs and maintenance.
Is that higher? Can we drop it back down to 17 or?
Pierre, is that something you're aware of? Or? Him, is that something you're aware of? Under the arena, so it's John, but it's for repairs and maintenance. Where we averaged the last 2 years around 12,000 and now we're at 28.
Through the chair, I'll have to get back, but I have a list here. I just want to check the total.
Okay. Because that would fall outside of capital, but we're looking at 14,000, so I don't know what
Reclaim $10,000 off of that.
Arena repairs for concrete and asphalt.
That's in the capital.
Yeah. But this is not capital. This, like they've averaged basically 11 and 13,000. Now they're 28. So it's a 14,000 increase on.
28,000.
Yes.
Yeah, it's for concrete and asphalt.
So it's not what is both. So from the capital, what is in operation, that's repairs.
Because that's in capital for the arena. Are we looking at the same amount though?
No, we have through the chair, we have parking lot cement pad patching, 10,000 in capital. I don't know what this is for.
Maybe if you can highlight it and we can, when it comes back, talk to John, see if there's an adjustment that can be made, and then it could come back for discussion at second draft. That makes sense? Good. So moving on from the arena and economic development. So Craig, I don't know if, so right now we've got a total of, including the 15,000 CIP, we have a total of roughly just under 120,000.
And
You want to maybe discuss some of the discussions you've had with?
yes, through the chair and council is aware that there is a potential cost savings that would add up to a little over 2%. The CAO is strongly encouraging council to endorse this potential pilot project with our SDG partners. They have indicated that they have the staffing capacity to enter into a one-year pilot to support the township in our economic development duties. I did provide the SDG CAO with what I believe are the most important aspects of a list of duties that council had put together in May of 2024, I believe, or 2000. And that would be at the cost of $30,000.
May I suggest? So we're saying 30. So the two options here is we get in to a pilot project through the counties and make that work, and possibly with more than one municipality that would join.
Correct.
If we increase the 30, say to 50, so we basically cut it in half. And if we were to go and re-venture into, it's not gonna happen, you know, this early spring. Chances are we would do similar to what we did last year and do a 6-month term. So if we were to allocate half the funds for the 6 months, if it works and it's less, bonus with the counties. If it doesn't, and we decide to go in a direction where we look into the 50s there for a half year, which would not change anything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
No, take 50, it's 104. If you take the 15,000 of CIP, you're left from 119, you're left with 104. I'm saying take 54 towards tax saving, leave 50 in there, which would complement half the salary. We take 30 or 40, whatever the pilot comes up to with the counties. There'd be 50 there for, if the counties doesn't work out, we still have 50 and hire somebody only for for the tail end of 2025. Because by the time we go through the work with Maureen at the county, see that if that works. If it doesn't, by the time we hire process, it would be only July hire, and then we would do the same as we did. If we, then we give nothing. If we do, then we take whatever from the 50 to complement what the pilot. Greg, can you give me your thoughts on that?
I mean, and just expand on my initial discussion points, but because of our rural land and our unique needs, and we're mostly an agricultural landscape, I believe they utilize, and we could actually benefit from the experienced part-time supports that SDG is suggesting. They do have limited staff, so of course that time, and we've discussed that with Maureen. But I think that pilot provides us with the opportunity to at least explore this option, see if it meets our needs, and if it doesn't, we can always revert back. So I don't see a downside, at least from limited perspective. I think we need to focus on the RIP and local support. I think we need to focus on the CIP and assist in the review process for the CIP. You know, the county tourism campaigns focus on agritourism. The industrial park strategy, I think, is an important component that we need to look at, and the healthcare and the educational strategy is also something that we could leverage their expertise on. Some of the other items that is in the EDO program, I don't know if it's really necessary, supporting water and sewer improvement. The agritourism I've already touched on, helping coordinate and support daycare ramp up and advertising. I don't know if that's really a requirement. They've got a lot of traction in the community as it is. Coordination of some of the external agencies. I don't know if that's a requirement. So again, this is the CAO's very limited idea of what we need to focus on. I'm certainly open to council's input, but realistically, I think we can get exactly what we need for our rural township from our SDG partners.
So is it confirmed though from our SDG partner that this is something that will move forward, or are we going to be going into discussion to see if it's a?
These discussions, I wanted to ensure that they had the capacity and bandwidth to provide this support to us before I took it to council for consideration. I have been assured that they do have the capacity to do this, and this is how much we have to allocate for their services. This would also incorporate the communications aspect that Todd Leahu has been providing previously, and he's a tremendous resource as well. So again, I'm strongly encouraging council to champion this project, this pilot project.
So if I may add then my thought of putting in 50, if we do only need the 30, potentially instead of, I find 15, you're implementing a CIP, you're promoting, and it's basically, we're gonna give 50 cents per, like it's very minimal, and I don't think it's a game changer, but potentially we could allocate 50 for this. And if there's some left over, increase 10,000, increase to 25,000 to just kind of give them the, and if for some reason it doesn't work, well, there's 50 there to go back to maybe. So I don't know if that, so we would only be taken out or 50 or 54. We would take out 50, leave the 54 with the program and see where it takes us. Councillor McDonald.
Got it. Yeah, I'm really supportive of this pilot project. I think we should definitely give the counties the full year to show us that it'll work. And I do think we'll have to reevaluate if we're getting the value. I know it's a really important, and close to our hearts for many council members. And so I think, if we did the 50, then with the understanding of it, maybe funding the CIP or RIP, then that's fine. Cause I do think, is that getting used up every year? Yeah. Okay. So definitely if our businesses are using it.
It always turns though, like it's not, might not move forward. So we get, so this year,
It
I think
comes back.
instead of 250, we complemented to 300, say for at the county level.
Perfect. So I think like, I'm really optimistic about this. The communication stuff has already been really good, I think, with Todd. I think they've done that for us kind of complimentary for a while and shown us what they can do. And I think in my history, sort of working with the township over many years, it's just been a difficult position for us to retain. That's not really anyone's fault. It's just the nature of where we are. So I really think this is a good opportunity, and I think we're going to be successful with this.
And through the chair, if I can be, just provide some clarification, the 15,000 that was allocated for the CIP program in 2024 was not utilized. We've shifted that, and there's a separate independent budget line for that 15,000 for 2025. So that's already there. The 30,000 is strictly for the SDG resource. So I don't know if they have the bandwidth to increase their service level over and above that 30,000.
But if they don't, what I'm talking about, the 50 is there would be a 20,000 surplus that could add to the 15 and make it 35 is what, hey?
It doesn't go into that general.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's council appetite, may I suggest that we continue with the 30,000 for the actual SDG resource? And again, this still has to be determined by council. We heard from the mayor and Councillor McDonald at this point. And then we can add another 20,000 to the CIP pot to increase the opportunities for our local businesses. I think that's a
Yeah. Steve.
Since Peter's here, have you been a part of those conversations at all? What are what's your vision of how this would play out if you have been?
Yeah, Craig, Maureen and Todd and I met, was it late last year or late last year, I think, to discuss this. I think I agree with, and similar to what Councillor McDonald said, it is a hard position to fill. Even the EDO world at townships that are larger, there is a lot of turnover, and for a municipality of 8,000 to have a full-time only dedicated to economic development, it could be a challenge if you're looking at where to spend the money. So the last, they've been just talking with some of the previous staff too, is they're not necessarily, there's not necessarily even enough work to do depending on what the priorities are. So what we talked about with Craig is what are those key priorities of council that we could potentially provide in the scoped list that Craig read out. That's what we thought was doable. The other ones in terms of communication, Todd's already been doing that. And the other thing I think that we talked at the county level is if we're providing these services long-term on an ongoing basis, there should be some type of agreement and contract versus just providing it ad hoc. So that's why the 30,000 was included, because it started to become more of a longer term due to the vacancies in positions. So we talked about that arrangement. It's up to council, but just the size of the municipality of 8,000, there's not a lot that would have a full-time economic development resource. Obviously, it's up to council to set what your level of service, what your community expectations are, but we thought this might work as a kind of a middle ground.
So I'll give my comments. What Todd is doing is wonderful, and I think it's fabulous. I think it's very short of what we need to do in terms of communication, in terms of promoting who we are as a municipality. I get the fact that we'll probably, if we formalize this, we can probably have deeper conversations and maybe take it to the next level. So I get that. So bottom line is, I want to create momentum, and I get the sense that it needs to prove itself out. So I'm happy to kind of go the halfway mark at this point, have that discussion. I think there's more opportunity there. I just have not been able to get out of my head, through my mouth to people what the vision is, to be able to paint what I think the opportunity is. But if we can, maybe we have to do it one step at a time, and I'm happy to take step one at this point and examine it that way.
Right now, who is it? Katrina, who's the
It's Karina that's
Karina.
filling in for Tara, and then of course, I believe Tara will be back from maternity leave. So.
August? So, and maybe that department complements where there's I don't know, Katrina's other, like when Tara comes back, what is Katrina's now responsibilities when it comes to where she's just stepping in the role for?
Yeah, going back to tourism, that's her main job. So then she's the acting manager for the maternity leave, and then she would go back to the tourism coordinator position. And in terms of the resources, we'd work with Craig, and then in terms of the social media, Todd would still be the key point person, although there's always the opportunity too to have multiple people with access to the social media, so that it's not just one person, and you can different people can put things online instead of only one person. So if council is looking to reduce the cost, that's always an option, coordinated through one person, but multiple departments have access to do it. So yeah, so what we'd provide is more or less what we talked about is when between like Daryl and Dan, Tara had stepped in for a bit for a few of the major projects, and that was kind of the support we provided. So that's what I think, talking with Craig, we talked about major projects and some ongoing support, but not necessarily a dedicated resource, just but actually an agreement on what we're providing versus just being on the side of someone's desk when you're doing things as they come in, just kind of a list of particular services we'd be providing, and the rest would be the municipality.
Right. And again, I think we will have a dedicated commitment from our SDG counterparts, the depth of their experience. We should be providing fair compensation to SDG for this service. But I believe it's a win-win for the township and for SDG. And again, this would be a one-year pilot. And yes, we will probably have to tweak it if it is a successful project. But obviously there will need to be some adjustments as we move forward. But again, I strongly suggest that council endorse this pilot project. It's a cost savings, and I think we're going to get economic development support that will meet the needs of our community.
And I know Tara more than I know Katrina, but as far, she understands the township, like nothing against Dan. Dan came in green. He didn't, and it just kind of, now I have no issues to say to a Tara or Katrina, say, hey, here's an additional 20, add to the CIP and promote, but I know it's running off the ground with somebody that already knows the optics of North Stormont, which is something that we can benefit from. And who knows, once we're established, maybe, and it gets out where there's too much, then maybe we'll be able to roll in.
I would concur with your analogy. We have been absent an economic development officer almost for the entire time I've been CAO, which is June 2019. Both Tara and Karina have provided excellent service. They know our landscape quite intimately. They've had a lot of interaction with our business community through the RIP program over these many years. So yes, I think they're in a very strong position to provide the the services that we need, and they have the experience with, and they've built a level of trust with our rural businesses that are going to pay huge dividends moving forward.
Any further comments? Everybody agreeing with sort of what we're trying out here? Perfect. Kim?
Because I have 54,000 taken off, leaving 50 in this budget, or I have the 30, which,
Go ahead.
My thoughts on that, we would increase the CIP.
Okay.
and Remove everything else from that.
yeah,
Not everything
We're
else.
committing into a year,
At 30,
at 30.
and then put
And then.
aside 20 to increase it.
The CIP to
I wanted
35.
clarification. 30,000 for compensation exclusive to SDG service resource, and then 15,000 to top up the
20.
current, or sorry, 20,000 to top
Which-
up the current $15,000.
Which is 50 that we're.
54 we're
Or we're
removing. Yeah, yeah.
keeping in the budget. Perfect.
And Peter, that meets your expectations, and I was trying to make sure that I was being fair with the compensation to make sure that you were comfortable with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you summarize that, 15,000 before?
So we would have 30,000 for the actual SDG resource for economic development. So that's 30,000 for comp. Then we would have another 20,000 that would be going and augmenting the current $15,000, the CIP for the CIP program.
But because we're pulling 20,000 of that from last year, it's not gonna hit the budget.
No, we're 15 stays, we're adding 20. So
It'll be
you're gonna have,
35,000.
you're gonna have 35 now moving forward for our CIP program,
And 30,000 for the pilot
Yes.
project.
For the comp.
which comes to 50. The balance can fall back into reducing our tax rate.
Correct.
Sorry, through the mayor, just a question in terms of when the CIP to launch. That would be probably just kind of, we just launched the regional incentives program as well, so it would be to do that
Yes,
fairly soon.
We have a CIP already implemented. Maybe it's something that you guys can review. I don't know if you, but it's already was established.
Yeah, and it was complementary to the RRP.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it should continue to be so.
Or maybe if there's some people that there wasn't enough money in the regional incentives, then we can direct them to the township
Yes.
program.
Yeah, and through the chair, I can take this offline. But yes, we do have to establish a CIP working committee. And that's just been put on hold because we were waiting to see what we were going to do with the vacant position. But yes, this came forward in January in 2019 for the CPI, et cetera. So I'll take that offline with our SDG partners now that we've got direction.
Everyone's good, comfortable, perfect. So now moving on to planning and development. Or was that all together? No. Marius, Louise, any questions in regarding
Yes. The drains, I'm just trying to reconcile between the revenue and the expense on the drains. So we have a revenue of about, what's that, when we add up all the different line items, it's about 135,000. And all the expenses about 184,000. That means we pay for our portion around 50,000, or how does that work for drains? I'm not sure if it's fair to add the revenue together on all the drains.
My apologies. Actually, maybe Kim can provide some context. I did speak to the drain superintendent as recently as yesterday regarding his increases as far as fees and charges, and he didn't have any increases. Bear with me.
Through the chair, apparently half of our drain superintendent's wages are covered by the grant,
Correct.
but not all of them. So the revenues will not cover all of his expenses.
$50,000 difference against the 200, almost 200,000.
with it, Peter? In regards to Parkland, I believe in revenue, we had 10,000. Is that because we do get 1,000 from every severance application that goes in? From last year, is that roughly what we get, is 10 severances a year?
We get more, so it's only for new lot creation for residential, and then sometimes industrial is 2% and 5% is for residential. So if it's just for a lot addition or surplus dwelling where there's no residential lot being created, then they don't have to pay Parkland. So it's about 10 new residential lots. Additionally, we'd be expecting, it's not here, but in terms of the new subdivision, I think it was 80 that council had approved. Now that's just comes in and it goes to a dedicated reserve, and then the department can decide in the future how to fund that. But it doesn't necessarily.
It doesn't get earmarked as a revenue, because.
It does, but I think there's an out later on in the budget, maybe on the next
Okay, that's.
transfer to reserve Parkland at the very bottom. So
Got
it's
it.
an in
Okay.
and out.
Yeah, okay.
And then it
And-
goes to Pierre.
And then, possibility, yeah, possible, the Blanchard, I don't know if that would get finalized where it would be a 2025, or is that more probably gonna fall into the next year?
Yeah, usually it's not until the subdivision's registered, so it's not, it may not be until 2026. Pierre and I had talked about it, that we'll probably try to meet with the developer in the next month or so and discuss it, but the transactions may not happen until 2026.
And when you get land in lieu, does it still get kind of posted as a revenue? So if they were to say, oh, we'll give you parkland versus, does that still get tagged somewhere as? value?
Not necessarily. I think in the asset management plan, it would get as a higher, something the municipality
Portion,
owns,
yeah.
but not necessarily
Not
in the
right.
budget.
Okay. Any further question? Mrs. Planner over there? No?
For you, Mr. Mayor.
We do, yes.
That final line, 8,099. The base budget is missing the 10,000 transfer to reserve, so that would increase it. There's an error there. That should have been the bottom. We get it, and then we transfer it. I didn't transfer it.
Oh, and it didn't, I got you.
No,
Okay.
it ups the budget by 10.
Okay, moving on to water and sewer. Let me be the first to ask the question. So why do we keep, it kind of repeated itself, but we have our actual from the grant that we got of 669. We spent 191. And then again, or no, we got, and then we didn't. So can you explain this funding? That's the stuff for all the generators and all this stuff, I'm presuming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have not submitted the final claim, so the revenue is not showing.
And can you answer my next question? What is when they say Chrysler Connect fees and Moose Creek Connect fees?
The 5,000 and 5,000 we charge for connections.
Well, it's just that we've got 70,000 collected in 2023. And then only 31,000 last year. There was way more. There should be just the 9 houses that went up last month was 210. So is
Through
it
you,
just
Mr.
because they're
Mayor.
not?
I have the new McBain subdivision expectations.
In the 262,
Yep.
but nothing is shown previously. But even the actuals of 2023, there was not only 7 connections, because it says that we only got 70. Does that make sense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know the details. I can pull them, but they've been audited, so I'm assuming they're correct.
Yeah, okay.
I got it.
Nine houses, I think it's around 60. And the water connection was like, or 210. That's just for what they put up.
But it's a good point. We should probably look to make sure that our building permit projections and the water connection projections.
Because the thing with the water projections, the connection fees includes not only like if you have a semi-detached, with apartments in the building, that gives you 4 connections, that's 40 for that one building. Townhouses gives you, so that's why there's only like 9 buildings and you have 21 connections
Okay.
in what's now, so it just kind of.
As long as we're forecasting revenue from the same amount of building permits as connection related, like, you know what I mean, that building permit revenue seemed very low, but it's better if it comes in higher than budgeted, I suppose.
Any questions in regards to water and sewer? Seeing none. Where are we at? Moving to page 3, let me just see what the.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, instead of having just one, you're gonna have 3.
Yeah, because we're repeating
Yes.
ourselves, and I think I have the same question for all 3. So looking at Finch, Kreiser, Moose Creek's revenues for water and sewer. So we collected 280 in 2023 and we budgeted 287. Good. We collected 225 in 2024. We have projected 301. Why are we going down? And it's not just, it's every town. Like we should not be getting less of a connection fee, a revenue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 2024 actuals, the final billing just went out. It hasn't
That's
hit.
what was in the box.
Yes.
Okay, so again, we will know, are we confident that we are surpassing our 301? And that's for Finch, and I guess I would repeat myself for the others there, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're just looking up actuals here.
So other than that, that brings us to the tail end of, is that quarterly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the actuals for 2024 for Finch, for example, it was budgeted at 301,551. It's coming in at 302,601.
And I would suspect Moose Creek and Kreiser would be higher due to the new growth. Would that make sense?
I'm not sure on that, but at least it will make the budget for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Craig, it's 320. I know, so we're gone through our package that was given to us in regards to the fees and charges that was sent to us. We can discuss about it, but is there a reason why it's coming to us today versus we could just kind of implement that anytime? Because I don't think we can really take those discussions to change anything on
Through the chair, there historically, just because of the timing when I transplanted here, we were always offset with the fees and charges and the budget. There was a request, and I think it's reasonable that fees and charges or any changes to the fees and charges be brought during the budget process. This is just for discussion purposes today. We will bring back a bylaw on the 28th for council approval. But it's more for discussion and to clarify any questions council may have on the suggested changes.
So my view, there's a lot of them that just deals with a 2% CIP, which changes by $1 so it's very minimal.
Correct.
Is there anything maybe instead of us going through, because I mean, it's a lengthy document, is there anything that you would like to add just for context?
If Peter and Anmal would like to provide just a bit of context to the planning, because there were 3 additional costs associated with planning.
Are you comfortable, Peter,
Yep.
to? Okay.
In terms of what Amal and I have looked at, the fees for planning have been frozen since 2019. So kind of kept them at nice round numbers, 550, I think, for the variance. but it hasn't kept up with inflation. So we've adjusted them higher than inflation, but still in line with some of our surrounding municipalities. One of the things that we have found is that we had a lot of people come in and not get a building permit and apply for minor variance after the fact. Then there's a lot of time pressure to kind of get it done for the next meeting as soon as possible. So we actually have extra meetings that we normally wouldn't have had because we're getting people coming without permits and not planning ahead. So we do have a potential, there's a surcharge, that some of our counterparts as well had that surcharge, because just found we're instead of just having regular meetings when applications come in, we now have to schedule an extra meeting because someone applied for a permit. There is a bit, obviously there's a bit of a penalty to that, but then also ideally then there's no fines or anything. It's just, okay, that's just the cost of doing business. And the other ones, we added a major, we want to have a smaller fee when someone's just doing a deck or you know, they want their house 2 feet closer to the property line. Some of the major commercial ones where there could be an impact, you get more neighbors commenting. We had an increase to that fee. And then again, there's the 50% increase if people apply without a permit. So usually when it's commercial or you're getting a lot more variances. I know we did the one in Chrysler with the plaza. We had quite a few neighbors coming out, lots of questions, something like that. Whereas if it's just someone's deck or shed, you know, no one really cares. So, and plus, I don't think council, I think that's common in other municipalities. The average homeowner is, you know, you don't want the fee to be more than the wood that they're spending on their deck. So we've kind of kept that fee lower and maybe increased a bit on the commercial industrial side, but still in line with our neighbors.
Just a quick question. Do we bill by the hour for any of the work that we do, or is it always a flat rate?
It's a flat rate. And I've done that in a couple other municipalities, and it ended up being, okay, a month later, here's the bill, an extra $100. So we just kind of average what the cost would be in terms of the committee, staff time, and the postage. And you have a great planner here who actually does almost all the minor variance files, and we just kind of review them quickly, but AML does a great job doing the reports in the meeting. So that kind of keeps the cost a bit lower as well.
Last.
Sorry, if I could just
Oh, go ahead.
inject just one thing that it's a Schedule G for Public Works. I thought I should stipulate this in open council that there is a recommendation and a change or suggested change to the cost for the our aqua partners to complete water turn on or turn offs at the curb at the owner's request. The current fee for the service is $58.28. Staff suggests that the 3 categories for this service be increased to $100, as the current fee structure does not account for Aqua's travel time to and from the property's location. This cost and the added time commitment to perform the service should be the responsibility of the property owner specifically, and not the general ratepayer. So that's the only other item that I think is a substantial increase that council may want to be aware of. Through the chair, this was discussed to a certain degree previously, but yes, Pierre can certainly speak to Schedule E, which will see potential $47,000 to $48,000 increase in the fees.
But I
Expected.
think from the meeting we had where you had kind of
Correct.
structured, I think we had the numbers, but is there anything to add for how you finalized?
No, I just divided our local minor hockey with profit training camps and external, and change all these rates for people coming to do profits on their facilities. So they'll be divided. If you look in 2024, there was 1,034 hours allocated to minor hockey. But out of that, there's only 777.5 that was local. The rest was external or private training camps. So that's why I changed all this procedure of fees by division. So these coming in to make profits in our facilities are now paying a higher rate for the use of the ice compared to local teams. So that's what's gonna make the whole difference in our scenario moving forward.
And if I can add, we always had comparables with our SDG partners. So we would look at Long Sault Arena, Morrisburg, Cornwall, everything out there was minimal. You go just to Castleman and price hike up, you go to Rockland, and go to the city of Ottawa. So what happens, we get tons of rentals from the Coyotes, from the Ember Russell group that are coming here thinking this is great because they're not. So I think we're sort of in the middle that we can balance between the two, because once you go north or south, you got the St. Lawrence that stops you. So it's hard to compare further south you're moving into. So I think
Yeah,
we
there's-
should be
Through the chair, there's a wave of rate, right? It goes higher as you go north and it seems to be lower over here and it goes back up towards Cornwall. So I analyzed from Ottawa to Cornwall and in between, and we're within the average. We're not higher, we're not lower, within the average of what happened is north brings the average a lot higher. And if this section would analyze what I did here, would realize that they have to increase their ice rate, rental rates. Because the cost of operating an arena, no matter if you're in Finch or Emblem or Castleman, the cost of operation per day is the same. No matter if it's rented or not, the cost to operate is the same. And if I look at the other fees in other municipality very close to us, they're way, way, way below their operating costs. So somebody's really subsidizing this additional, which is taxpayers, I guess, so.
okay.
So through the chair, we do have a resolution to accept the report,
Which report are we talking about?
Craig's report on the fees and charges.
Fees and
So
charges?
I'm not sure if what we're,
And it's just to accept the
Accept the
report.
report.
There's no financial commitment until
And
the
then-
bylaw comes.
and then there's no, just for direction, there's no changes required from anybody on the fees or charges bylaw?
At my end, no. I'm
Okay.
confident that we are addressing it properly.
Thank you.
So did you want to get that off your table? Now we'll pass this as accepting the report. I have one more question for Kim, so I'll let her sweat.
That the council of the township of North Stormont receive and approve the 2025 fees and charges increases recommended by municipal staff, moved by Deputy Mayor Densham, seconded by Councillor McDonald.
Any further questions on that? Seeing none, all in favor? The motion is carried, sorry, I was gonna say agreed. Now, Kim, on our sheet where you were giving us opportunities you've got 32,000 in regards to our insurance and our, explain to me, like, is that just across our fingers, or is that something?
It's fine.
That's final through the chair. If I can address that,
Yeah.
our insurance carrier Hall Penny did a comparison, and they found another carrier that will reduce our total premiums by that $36,000 with no real shift in our coverage.
Coverage.
Through the chair, can I give you a summary of what I have right now? Just,
I will see if I meet yours, yes.
okay. So I have Omer's reduced by 20,000.
Where's my sheet here? Yeah, carry on, go.
Postage increase of 3,600. Reduce the elections reserve by 4,000. Reduce the accessible washrooms in Finch by 10,000. Find funding for the generator at Moose Creek by increasing revenues by 40,000. Insurance savings of 33,419. Chrysler snow removal, remove it for 5,000. Economic development cuts to 54,336. And then I've got to add the parkland fees, the transfer to reserves back. So our total levy at this point is 3847551, which gives us a municipal change of 4.95%. And then if you add the county and the change in the school board, the overall residential rate will have an increase of 4.27. I didn't do this at all.
So Nancy, because there was a few on that list. So, no, but are you, so I know the guys were talking about putting their own time in to help with that desk, and there was talk about $2,000 reduction going to
Correct.
5. So that's on there.
Correct.
And then you have the 87.5 was the wildfire.
Correct.
So basically, we're seven, so we're.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to add those two?
Well, I'm just trying to see what, so the 87 and 2, so basically I'm at 10. I'm just trying to see if there's a thought of, do you have the mats at the arena? Because again, if we're gonna need more, we can maybe leave we're talking about $2,500. I'm thinking,
Welcome.
She's welcome.
right? Yeah.
So the reduced training,
Your training was not reduced.
reduced wildfire equipment should have been reduced. Finch Fire Office reduction of 2,000, which.
It was suggested.
We do have the insurance savings of 0.92%.
is
And the
the-
reduction of the floor replacement mats that I had on my list, 2,500, which is 0.07%. So
And-
that's gonna bring. us
And through you, Mr. Mayor, there was talk of the removal of the generator for Station 4. Station, it's.
So for now, leave it as is, bring back now.
So just to clarify, I'm not gonna touch the equipment. I'm not gonna touch the office.
Sorry, what equipment? No,
We'll do those as well.
yes. So the sheet that you've given us, and then at second draft, we'll analyze
So for clarity, I'm gonna do the wildland fires, the savings of 8750, the Finch 2000. And I'm doing the floors as well, and I'm doing the generator too. Take 2,500 or just leave it.
Floor mats.
Yeah.
Take them off?
Do them all, and then when we come to second draft, we can kind of fine tune and analyze. So right now, do it that way, see what we're coming at, and then we'll
It's gonna be low.
Gonna be low.
Here, I can do it quickly.
If you
Let
can
me
just bear with
perfect.
us.
So just to be clear, sir, we're keeping the generator for now?
So, no, right now we're taking it off, but I want to see what we
Oh,
come at.
I
and
misunderstood
then-
that. Okay.
And then we'll,
Sure, that's the right number. Those cuts, the municipal rate will go down to 4.09. Total rate for residential will change by 3.99, so we're at 4%.
Just where my head is at. We want it to be higher. There's other things like reserves that we could put the money towards, and that's kind of where my head is at, rather than if we kind of don't feel the urgency as a council on some of these things we pulled off, but we think we can ask the ratepayers to pay a little bit more. In my opinion, there's more urgent things than like putting a few bucks into reserves if you wanted to present that as an option at the next meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can present this as it is. And then if council at that point will figure out what the dollar amount that possibly we can put back in.
if I may suggest, because I don't want to go too low, because then it gets kind of, the word gets around. And then, oh, what do you mean you raised it? Then we go from, so I would rather, if we look at the discussion we had with the wildfire, which was Nancy, the generator, we could potentially look at, like for the generator, my opinion is if we can look at next year and get funding that could be maybe, oh, we got a grant, more power to us, but still put it in the fire reserve, because we, regards to fleet, there's always the fire reserve that could be complemented.
Is there an appetite to possibly put something to the fleet reserve? Because right now it's zero.
And you're talking about the fleet reserve of
Public Works,
Public Works.
they have nothing and they have big equipment coming up. The fire does have some reserve money. Public Works is
That will
hurting.
be gone next year when
It's
we
gone.
buy a Finch bumper. So it's taken with one pocket to the other. I just to see it in reserves, and I would look at if we come where at 5, about like below 5, I'm 5% is a good number for me. I'd like to maybe just go around the table and Allison, what's your 5, Steve? 5, Adrian?
Through you, Mr. Merritt, two questions, well, one question. Are you looking for the municipal rate to come in at 5? Or are you looking for the total rate to come in at 5? Because right now the municipal rate is 4.89, so you're not gonna be adding much. But the total rate change is 3.99, so there's room to add more to the municipal portion and still have our ratepayers only pay 5%. But right now, the municipal rate change is 4.89, so you're gonna be adding peanuts.
Is that the total amount of money we're asking for? 4.99% more money next.
4.99 hits our bottom line, but we have to have the counties involved in that, which their increase is 4.89. And then, sorry, ours isn't 4.89. We have the counties at 4.89. The school boards did not increase whatsoever, and ours at 4.09. And there's different percentages. So overall, it would hit the ratepayer right now. It would hit the ratepayer at 3.99. So for your total tax bill, you'd have basically a 4% increase. But the municipal portion makes up 4 as it is. So it's what's going to hit your pocket. It's not going to necessarily hit the municipal services budget as such.
What I was hoping is that I'm okay to pay the municipality of North Stormont 5% more. So excluding the counties.
Okay.
That's what my.
So we have basically 1% we can add.
Throw it into reserves. That way we can identify it'll be there for.
I'll put it through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put it tentatively. I don't know what reserve. I could stick it to the fleet reserve, that amount, when I bring the documents back to council on the 28th. And then there can be discussion on anything else you want changed, if that's okay.
You want to play the Walmart game and go 4.99? Did you get that? 4.99. No, so I think we're 10 minutes over, so I really appreciate members of council taking not just today. I think it's to go through this and come in here looking smart. I appreciate staff for what you've given us. I think that was well done, well prepared. Kim and Melissa, I think just the way you presented it, I think helps. I still have my little quirky stuff to work with, but at the same time, I'm pretty pleased with today's events.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sticking everything to working reserves.
What? So thank you very much. And we have to
Business.
yeah. So moving into item 11.1, bylaw number 01-2025 for a ratification.
Be it resolved that bylaw number 01-2025 being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify council's actions at its special meeting of January 8th, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in council this 8th day of January 2025, moved by Councillor Shane, seconded by Councillor Bajelli.
All in favor? Motion's carried. And our adjournment. 3:37.
Be it resolved that this special meeting adjourn at 3:37 PM, moved by Councillor Shane, seconded by Councillor Bajelli.
All in favor? Motion is carried. On a final remark, I'd like to thank council, but also proud of what we've accomplished. If we look around every municipality, I think we have served our residents well once again. And I don't think that anybody can come up and say that we are, so job well done. And we will hopefully, Kim, I'll talk to you. We'll see if by the 14th, just to avoid having to meet again, or it could be a quick evening thing. But if 14th works with that, if not, we'll look at hopefully ratifying on the 28th. Well, the 14th is a second draft. Just if there's any further discussion, then I'm hoping that it will be passed by the 28th. Anyways, we'll talk and yeah. All I want is to make sure by the 28th that we're giving staff the opportunity to,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the 28th will be fine. The issue is trying to get all these changes for the 14th. So I'll
which
do
is
my
already the
best.
14th, which is the Thursday before the 14th, which
Which
doesn't leave
is-
her- Oh.
Yes,
so-
that's my problem.
Okay, I think I'm confident that we will be able to look it over on the 28th and pass it and ratify. So I'm
Okay.
confident with that.
Thank-
Perfect. Thank you very much. So have a good evening.